비치는 네 시선에 뻔한 농담도 웃게 만들어 애써 쿨한 척을 해도 나도 모르게 끌리는 네 모든 touch 천천히 올라타던 fresh 남보다 다르단 거 알아 우리 조금 더 솔직해볼까 You gotta call me baby all night 익숙하게 조심스럽게 더 부드럽게 아슬아슬하게 나를 품을 듯하게 굴지 말고 조금 더 솔직해지면 되잖아 더 망설일 거면 적당히 웃고 끝내 고개만 끄덕해도 눈을 못 떼는데 아무렇지 않은 척해도 작은 손짓으로 끌리는 네 모든 touch 천천히 올라타던 fresh 남보다 다르단 거 알아 우리 조금 더 솔직해볼까 You gotta call me baby all night 익숙하게 조심스럽게 더 부드럽게 아슬아슬하게 나를 품을 듯하게 굴지 말고 조금 더 솔직해지면 되잖아 Get right 볼륨을 켜 좀 더 가까이 붙어 우리들만 알아들을 수 있는 거리로 네 숨이 닿으면 내 손끝이 Don't tell me I'm missing you already 익숙하게 조심스럽게 더 부드럽게 아슬아슬하게 나를 품을 듯하게 굴지 말고 조금 더 솔직해지면 되잖아 Touch touch Hey, you know you like it, huh?
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Almost forgot WoW's at WoW time. I was too busy thinking of what I was going to say about Air Berlin, so get your Swiss chocolate hearts ready to go. It's Vectors to Copenhagen, and it is flying time. Well, hey there. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in. I think I saw T-Bird slipping in there. Hi, T-Bird. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by today. Irvi is here saying, please do not mention wine. Hello, Eat Mo Shade. Eric's here. Hi, T-Bird. There you are. Joker Allen. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Joker Allen, yeah, so apparently Air Berlin used to give away little chocolate hearts from Lind Chocolates, which, as you know, comes from your neighborhood. So that was, that's the kind of cool thing about that. Welcome in, and that's one of the reasons kind of why I've got a nice little special place in my heart for Air Berlin, even though I never got to be a passenger, but definitely enjoy that for sure. Eat Moshe, good to see you. There's T-Bird in chat. So I was zipping around on the internet early this morning, and, you can buy just about anything on the internet. You can buy actual, surplus wingtip fences now. If you're new to Airbus and airplanes and stuff, that thing, the little triangle on the corner of the wing of an Airbus, an older Airbus, is called a fence. That's the wingtip fences. And apparently you can now buy these things on the internet. Now, my guess is they're probably ridiculously expensive. I did go looking to see if there was an Air Berlin wingtip fence available, and I didn't find one. But you can get them for a lot of other airlines too. So if you want, for that person that's got everything, on the holiday list, you could go and think about, you could go and, add a fence or something like that. Hi, Tim Dog. Good to see you. Diamond Mike Boston, welcome aboard. Let's see, Menens, welcome aboard. That is a cool Santa hat. Hi, Jay Phils. Thank you for coming by. There is an old German saying, the Martel says, just mind beer after wine, wine after beer is advised. I think here in the U.S. it's simpler. Never mix, never worry, I think is what I've heard people say. At least that's, what I'd heard a while back ago. But then if you listen to that one song, Tub Thumping, it was, what did they call it? A whiskey drink, a vodka drink, a cider drink, and a lager drink. So talk about, breaking that rule. So, but yeah, you just, be smart. Tis the season to be smart about brew. Skydex says, welcome aboard. You found a coffee table for your living room that is the part of a Piper 20. Okay, see, some stuff like that I think is kind of cool. If it's already in like the junkyard or something like that, those sorts of things would be really, really awesome. So I'm going to keep my eye out for an Air Berlin wingtip fence or something. I don't know if they'll actually have anything like that ever, but that would be neat. Jay Phils, welcome in. There's T-Bird with a couple of those hearts over on Twitch. I've got to put the Air Berlin heart emote over on YouTube for channel members. And I was really surprised. Somebody said last Saturday that YouTube just passed 4,000 followers. Wow, I had no idea. I figured we just started there. So, but yeah, thank you for joining over on YouTube. I appreciate you being over there as, slowly kind of rolling out in that world too. Sling for Slink is doing a split out of Croatia. That's right. Yeah, I think I saw that earlier today on Spy Discord, that Thursday before 1700 Zulu or thereabouts, no guarantees on that time, but we heard that PMDG was going to put out to 737-800 this week. So, boy, there's a little bit of excitement, I think. Definitely, a little bit of excitement. So Irvi went out and ended up fragile on Sunday. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that part of my life is in the rear view mirror. Didn't enjoy, Sunday morning fragile and stuff like that. And so, but yeah, that's never a good feeling. I don't think, at least. So get well soon, Irvi. Weren't here yesterday. Internet was spotty for about the first hour after I got up yesterday morning and got stuff turned on, and then it just went out for pretty much most of the day. So, got some holiday decorations up. Made a little made a turkey breast so I can have turkey sandwiches this week and stuff. And I've been checking my email now just to make sure that the throttle has not already shipped. because we're keeping a close eye on our email address now for shipping notifications about the throttle from WinWing. So we all got to pay for it this week. Hopefully they ship it. Paid for it last week. Hopefully they ship it this week. Greg is over in chat. Thanks, Greg. Welcome aboard. Happy Monday. Mikey is here. Good morning, Mikey. Nice to see you. So I did notice that there was some stormy weather over in the Great Lakes area. So it's moving on a little bit. It looked like earlier today we could have possibly done like Milwaukee down to Detroit in the snow zone or something. Does look like it's moving past Sault Ste. Marie now. So I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not, but we could always go and do something in the Great Lakes in the snow, or we could go and do something in Hawaii if we want sunshine and warm temperatures, and then after that, we haven't done Moncton Monday, so I was thinking Boston to Halifax. Something along those lines might be entertaining. So that's kind of what's the general plan right now. I'm trying not to make too many plans that are, carved in stone, for our flights these days, so that, if there's a VATSIM type of an event that's popping up that we want to try that I didn't know about, we're ready to go. Mikey, I think Northern Lights are automatic. They're default in Flight Sim 2024. I think that they're default in 2024. So that's where that is. Hang on just a second. I need to do a special refresh at the beginning of each live stream for alerts. And I think Volant is already set up. But I have to do a special alerts because Deep Blue just did a resub for 22 months, almost 2 whole years. Hi there, Deep Blue. Thank you for a nice resub. Welcome aboard. Frankie Doo, welcome to you too. Yeah, built in. And it should be there. If they're there IRL, you should see the Northern Lights. Michael is checking in from Mammoth Mountain. Welcome, Michael. And Mikey tried last night. You had to deactivate live weather to see it, though. Oh, really? Deep Blue, thank you again. First resub today, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on all this time. Okay, everything's looking good. We're a little bit early for Nürnberg Montag. That's the event that we're here in to start out. So it's probably just going to be us to go out, which is just fine.
Welcome aboard,
Anonymous Jody. Did I say your name right? Hello, Anonymous Jody. That is a very anonymous name. And don't worry, this is the spy flight. So if you wish to remain anonymous, we're not going to blow your cover. We're good about that here. Okay. All of this looks really good. Come on down there. And we should have beer 441, Nuremberg to Copenhagen. Yay. All that looks really great. Receive messages. And we got the load sheet aboard. Worried about you when you couldn't find you. I think, I don't know what it was. Every now and then we just have an outage. And normally it gets fixed a little bit faster here. But yesterday was Sunday and no big deal. It just, those things happen.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Hey,
granted.
we just got a resub from Blue
Loyalty
Idol.
noted.
Blue Idol has been here for 27 months. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate it. And thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan, Blue Idol. Thanks always for being in here, saying hello and checking in. So let's see. We are a beer flight today. I wonder if they called it that when Air Berlin was flying around. Yes, it's just going to be a beer flight and stuff. That's right, we think. So Gamer Tars, I did read, so Robert Rendazzo put out a post. Robert, Mr. PMDG, put out a post and said, hey, look, right now the plan is it looks very much like they are going to release the 737 NG 800 over in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and the current plan, and of course, you got to put a big old star by that. It could change, but right now the plan is going to be for Thursday before 1700 Zulu. So my guess is we're going to have some NGs on Thursday's flight. Also, if by some miracle the throttle arrives early, There might be a Wednesday flight. I don't know. They're going to have to ship it pretty quick. It's usually FedEx. So it could be we'll do something when it comes in. But I'm actually, unless there's going to be a big delay in shipping and stuff like that, my guess is it's going to very probably be here Friday or for the weekend. Maybe even for the first part of next week. I don't know. Blue Idol, thank you again for the resub. Andre, welcome aboard. Nuremberg to Copenhagen is a good flight. Easy 355 doing Toulouse to Zurich. Happy landing in Zurich. I hope there's some nice Swiss chocolate waiting for you. Tim Dog says, no, it is after 1700. Okay, so not before. All right, well, when it's out, it's out. It is not a free upgrade. So if you have the 737, the PMDG 737s in Flight Sim 2020, it is going to be a small upgrade fee. And the only thing that Robert has said about that is it is going to be equivalent to the price of a couple of coffees. Okay, so if it's Folgers, that means it's going to be $10. My guess is it's probably going to be more like, Starbucks, and a specialty order with sprinkles, half calf, latte, with whipped cream, half whip, half whatever, an extra shot of espresso, which might make it $15 or $20, something along those lines. I'm expecting 15 to $25 is what I'm expecting that we're going to get out of that. I have no idea. I have no inside information. That's just what we got. They're going to make that determination when it's release time. So that's what we got going on for that. Tim Dog's guess is $7.38 or $17.38. Now, is that including a tip? Hey, Dogs, welcome aboard. Dogs checking in from Phoenix. Sim Murray, you think that sounds about right? How much now, if you haven't picked it up, Martel says no copy Luwak, please. Is that a special kind of coffee, Martel? Is that a special kind of coffee with something weird in it that we don't want? Sounds a little scary. Let's see. Let's put in fuel. 150. And that looks good. 607. And that's reserve. Alternate is 1.15. Our alternate is Billund today. And then 0.948 is 30 minutes of fuel. And that looks really great. Let's do zero fuel weight. Martel says it is a scary and expensive coffee. The thing is, coffee really should not be scary, right? If it's, maybe at Halloween or something, but 0.52, 52.1, I'm going to guess is going to be our rounded up zero fuel weight. And 30.2 with 107 passengers. And let's accept that and go back. Still no sign of ATC, so let's just get out of here and we'll probably be fine. And fuel planning is groovy green. Let's see what's happening over here. Hang on. Okay, don't see anything right now, so let's just go and do see what's happening in the real world. And that's a good way to figure out what it is that if they do pop on, we know what to expect. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good call. It's probably going to take a little bit longer over on. It's going to be a little bit longer over on the marketplace. Then again, it could be that's one of the things is they want it to be on the marketplace. Maybe they're timing it out so it's going to be at the same time. Hi Kuma, Captain Minnesota, welcome aboard. And is it the 18th? Mine says it's the 15th. Okay, got an airplane flying over, heading to Heathrow, a Speedbird heading from Budapest to Heathrow, and it looks like they are departing on runway 10. So I think runway 10 is just fine for our departure. That they usually go with what's happening in the real world. So let's go and start boarding some passengers. Come on, passengers. Phoenix app. Open some cargo. You don't need to, but it looks good. And load the airplane. Fast load. Frankie, that's, oh, it's the 18th. That's it. Oh, okay. We think, yeah, maybe Thursday. Thursday, and Tim reminded me that it's not before, it's after 1700 Zulu is when we should expect to see that. Okay, passengers are boarding. Pilot brief. No, we want some charts now. Let's see, Stuttgart has popped up here. Nuremberg. Airport, don't need anything there. Departure is RNAV SIDS for runway 10. RNAV SIDS for runway 10. And we are doing the Erdo 1 Charlie departure. Erdo 1 Charlie. There it is, Erdo 1 Charlie. So our initial climb clearance, if ATC pops in, should be flight level 70. And after departure, we would call München radar at 129.525. Okay, so we're all ready to go. Hello, Danny VDW. I did read the post, Frankie, about them being right about Thursday. So unless there's some sort of a big bad delay or something along those lines, my guess is since it was all of this is coming from a post from Robert Randazzo, I really feel like we should feel confident that that's what's going to happen. That's going to happen. So I'm excited about it. I think that the 737 MAX that we all have is a really good little airplane, and I've enjoyed it, but it's going to be nice to be back in a PMDG 737 again. Runway 10, Erdo 1 Charlie departure, and insert. Coming into Copenhagen, right now they are on 22 left, so ILS is going to be 22 left. It's going to be the Monarch 5 Charlie. Yeah, Monarch 5 Charlie. Be sure to put in no vias and insert. Okay, flight plan looks good there. Captain Minnesota's favorite airplane is that 737-800. I think that's also still considered to be the most used the most popular airplane of all the jetliners that are flying today. The 737-800 is supposed to be, that's the #1 airplane right now. User YK7 did a couple of rejected takeoffs. Really? That's right. So you only need what? Well, I would certainly agree with that too. And in fact, when PMDG started releasing 737s for, Flight Sim 2020, I was one of those that didn't think I needed that many 727s either. But that being said, I ended up buying all 4 of them. So clearly, I'm got a problem there. Okay, usually in Germany you squawk 1000, but I don't think Copenhagen does the squawk 1000 thing. So my guess is we probably should we'll put in 1000, but we should be expecting a new squawk code. Hi Henrik, welcome aboard. Irvi bought the 900. Yeah, sadly I was one of those that said, nah, I don't really need that many 737s. And then the way things turned out, I ended up getting them all. Because, some of us live streamer, flight simmers are crazy like that. All right, what do we got here? 52.1, that is correct. And 30.2, that is correct. Our zero fuel weight and center of gravity are spot on. The airplane estimates 4.7 tons of fuel needed for the flight. I have boarded 6.44. because, you know, it's vectors to Copenhagen. Captain Minnesota, you got all of them too? No kidding. Okay, all of that looks really good. Let's go ahead and start up the APU. We're going to need to be on 122.8. They do not use CTAF in Germany, so 122.8 should suffice. And everything looks good there. I'm going to go ahead and... we're still waiting for that to pop up. Let's come over here and do our takeoff speeds. Skynixes is back in chat. I do have the Wing McDo, and I really like it. Well, I like everything that WinWing has done that I've got so far. I can't wait for the throttles to show up. One of the things that's exciting for me is all of the real-world pilots, the airline pilots, you know, who fly like the real thing, have come into chat and they say, "Oh no, it's just like the WinWing stuff feels just like the real one." And it's like, really? Well, I'm even more impressed now. So I, you know, can't wait for that thing to show up. I'm also looking forward to the landing gear lever coming up. And by the way, if you're going to need to set up a special landing gear toggle button between now and the time that the gear lever comes out. Thomas, your plane did an automated landing, so you did a Category 3 landing? I'm guessing it went pretty good for you. And parking brakes are on. And let's clear that. And charts. And let's do GSX. Time to go. Pushback and departure. Let's do, well, actually, we would use Eurowings because they're the ones that got all of the, hey, somebody's waving at us there. That guy was waving at us. Why do pilots make great comedians? Their jokes always land. The comedy club is now officially open at SpyHQ. And let's come on over here. Start squawking Mode Charlie on taxiways. We do generally have pretty good jokes here. Sometimes they're a little bit bad, but not always. Let's get on frequency. We're on frequency. Anybody behind us? We've got Ryanair, we got a Star Alliance, and we've got a Condor that doesn't have candy cane stripes except on the rudder. Yep, we got a good start on the jokes. Bring in the map there. And seatbelts. Seatbelts are good. Let's see. We are at stand number Lucky 13. How about if we do a straight pushback today? Because I've got an airplane close to us there. I think that would be better. Uh-oh, that airplane's doing an interesting push. I think they're going over to the other runway. Oh, wait a minute. No, they're going the right way. I'm the one that's messed up. And beacon, and away we go.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
That is an option that you can turn off if you want to. If you want to turn off that, you know, to start your engines. I haven't done it yet. Polyot was saying that you ought to do that. Let's see. Our altimeter here in beautiful downtown Nuremberg is 1020. 1020. 1020 for the co-pilot. 7,000 feet for an initial climb, and 1020 on the backup altimeter, because it drove Agent Bravo 7 crazy that I didn't do that. Let's stop here. It pushed us into the grass. It pushed us into the grass. This is going to push us all the way out to another taxiway, I think.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. Ignition to start. And engine's ready for start. So starting engine number 1. And here comes engine number 1. And everything's clear there. So let's see. Usually this. Uh-oh. I'm getting a CTD. First one since sim update. First one since sim update. Just got a CTD. Sometimes when you go and you get a chart like that, it will trip a crash like that. Oh boy. That's the first one since sim update 4. It's been working really good. Okay, if you're flying with me, you keep flying. I will go and the stream went crazy and laggy too. Oh, really? Man, I hope that today isn't going to be a bad day. I wanted to do some flying. CTD, Diamond Mike. CTD stands for Crash to Desktop. Crash to Desktop. Gamer Taurus says, well, you know, I would seriously think about putting Stormy over here on there if I could find some good streaming software, and if Microsoft Flight Simulator would run smoothly. I think if it ran smoothly and stuff like that, I would definitely think about like Linux and stuff. I mean, I definitely am not interested in doing anything like Windows 11. That apparently has just got so much bloat and stuff like that. I don't know anybody that's happy with that. That's right. Chase Plane is supposed to be coming out. I think I was hearing in chat on Saturday that Chase Plane was next week. Chase Plane, I think, is next week. All right. So let's go ahead and see if we can't get it going again. Gamer Taurus hasn't had any CTDs since actually Sim Update 3. Just restarting WinWing, SimApp Pro. So this shouldn't take too long. I will be speedy about setting up my airplane, and we'll just go, and that should be good. All right, where are we? Let's see if ATC's popped on yet. Yep, ATC is now popped on. Let's see what they're saying. So we'll have to do clearances and stuff on this one. Almost made it out on this one. Okay, so we can still, looks like our gate's still good and everything else. All the rest of our information's good too. Hopefully they get the ADAS up soon. Well, I did do an update of things like drivers and all of that last night when the internet popped back on, because usually Sunday night to Monday is when I'll go and run. I've got a small system manager that I use, and so I did that then, so it shouldn't be drivers and stuff. But you never know. I mean, these things just happen in the world of flight sim. It is actually above freezing at SPY HQ. All that snow that you saw out there is starting to melt. The roads are probably going to be really sloppy today, so, you know, if you don't want your car to get dirty, stay home. Mostly spray on your windshields and stuff. But yeah, actually above freezing, so a little bit of that's going to be melting. Oh, that's way too big. Hang on. There we go. That's much better. Let's see. Gabe Wee just said hello on YouTube. Thank you for checking in on YouTube. Welcome in. And I hope things are good on YouTube today. Looks like it is. Looks like it's working pretty good. Okay, what else can I do while we're waiting? I need to turn off both of my engine start levers. And the ignition needs to go back to neutral, and I didn't move anything over on the other side. I thought Flyin' See Santa was a great time Saturday. It's a bit of a longer flight for sure, but I mean it's such a fun, happy event. So I really enjoyed Flyin' See Santa. Hey, Viz, welcome aboard. I just had a crash to desktop on pushback. Imagine that craziness going on. Absolute insanity. Welcome in, Viz. So Danny VDW, I've noticed that that's happened before. Every now and then you'll change a chart in your EFB and that will crash it. I don't know why, and I don't know if it's related, but I've had that happen before. And it started to get upset with me when I was going to go and get a chart. So that's what happened there. And I don't know if that's a Navigraph thing or the charts app in the Phoenix airplane or something else, but it has happened a few times. Yeah, I've heard other people say that it happens too. So my guess is these are things that have happened before. Loviz did the F-28 into EKCH this morning to see if it was broken in Flyin' See Santa, and Loviz had a control binding issue possibly. Well, that was really unusual because, you know, you've flown the F-28 all over the world. You've flown it all over the world, all sorts of different liveries. So I was really surprised to hear when you said that there was a problem with your autopilot. I mean, that's really weird on that airplane. Jessica's in chat. Welcome. It is 10 days till Christmas. It is. And Loviz, so you got your report, and that's your most popular airplane? I figured it was that, or the BAE, or the Citation. I thought it would have been one of those three for you. Well, the mug heater is just not wanting to turn back on today. It's charged. So we'll have cold coffee today. Almost unloading. The Max and the 777 were second and third. Really? Not the RJ. Not the BAE/RJ. I know JHG Droid has also really been liking that Citation too, so that's probably on the top of the list there. The Max and the 777 Freighter. Well, those are two good choices. Of course, you know, next year I wonder if the 737-800 is going to be on the top of the list, since that is a possible airplane for Thursday. Loviz has taken the C750 out after the update for Sim Update 4. So sim update 4 means there's an update for the C752. Really? That sounds pretty cool. Do you like the updates on that one? All right, let's try this again. Let's see if there's any gates available. I love the plane. The E145 will be coming out from FlightFX. Have we heard anything about the arrival date of that airplane? I've been excited about picking that one up too. It's got the same engines as the Citation, but that's like one of the only small RJs that I've ever liked because it's got a single seat on the left side and 2 seats on the right side. So if you're traveling by yourself, it's really nice. They mentioned that with the update. Irvi says soon. Of course. It'll be soon. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Don't know how to pronounce that on YouTube. Najub? The Antonov or the A380. So the A380 is ridiculously large, and the Antonov is has a big old startup procedure that you've got to do correctly or it's not going to move. So that those airplanes are a little bit like more trouble than they're worth, to be honest. Little bit of more trouble than they're worth. I mean, we've done a couple A380 flights. It's not bad. We don't have an exact timeline. It's being actively worked on. Yes. Actively worked on. Okay, let's see here. Let's get Volanta reset, and then maybe we can give this another shot. Plus, the thing about those is there are just so many routes that you can take on those, and they're not always the VATSIM routes that we're wanting to fly on. All right, that should be good over there. Let's see. 8 is. Did they change runways? Still using runway 10. Sounds good. Make sure that everything looks good here. Yep, everything looks good here. Let's give it another shot. Let's see. Let's go ahead and start it up again. I'm just going to speed through these things. And of course now it's going to be a late departure because of our CTD. Airplane comes to life. While it comes to life, let's just go snag our 2 charts that we were going to use. Same numbers, so that's not a big bad deal. Nuremberg, still doing runway 10. And then over in Copenhagen, we just need to turn off the big jet charts. Get parking. We don't need that. And that looks good. Okay. All the other numbers are good. Let's see. Well, the thing is if it usually takes me about 9 minutes to get everything started up here. So if I just go ahead and let it do the 9-minute boarding, then that usually works out great. An instant might be a shock to the system. I don't know. Yeah, Noda Raf, welcome in. The fly-by-wire is an A320neo. So it's going to be a newer kind of engine than the one that I'm flying on this particular flight. And it's also going to be, it won't have the little triangles on the ends of the wings. It will have the sharklets. Okay, all of this looks really good. And let's start putting in some basic numbers again. So over here, init request. Looking good. BER 441. That looks great. And crew supply, and that's great. All right, let's go over and do a clearance request first. Hopefully they're doing CPDLC stuff today, pre-departure clearance. I am at gate lucky 13. Information Bravo is current. We are at EDDN Nürnberg, and we can be polite. And send it. Let's see. What do you guys think is better, the AnyBuilds A320neo or the fly-by-wire? I think AnyBuilds is going to be a little bit better, but fly-by-wire is still a great one. I think it's a good one to start with. Okay, that looks really good. The clearance went out, and the load sheet. So 52.1. And center of gravity 29.7. Cool, that looks good. Accept it and return. Fuel numbers for our flight. Cost index is 5. Flight level 360. And we got to get the wind again. Looks good. I think if you're just getting started out in simming though, and all, I think that the fly-by-wire is an excellent starter airplane. A, you don't have to spend any money on it. B, they're constantly updating it, and they're making it better and better all the time. So I think that's a really great airplane to start using. All right, let's see.
Bits intercepted.
0.150. Somebody just did something nice.
Every bit helps.
0.607. 1.15 and 0.948. It's probably our clearance. That information looks good, and it looks great. All right, here we go. So runway 10, Erdo 1 Charlie, 2575. 2575. Page 2. 118305 is our next frequency. And let's do Wilco on this one. And send the Wilco. That looks great. Hi, Madi. Welcome aboard. Chris P. Nugget is here. Chris had just started doing 2024. What add-ons are best to get started? So one of the things is, Chris, is if you're interested in flying on VATSIM, you know, on the network and doing stuff, you know, with other people and air traffic control and all that other stuff, I think that one of the things for you to look at is when you're ready, you don't need to spend money on this right out of the box. That's ridiculous. But if you were to look at Navigraph, first of all, that's going to be something you're just going to need. Erto, 1 Charlie, and insert. EKCH, arrivals, 22 left, and it's the Monarch 5 Chuckles departure. No transitions, make sure you select no vias, and good to go there. That being said, mostly what we spend money on for flight sim, Chris, is airplanes and airports. That's mostly what we do. Hi, November 321. Sunjammer's here. Mr. Posh Martin, welcome aboard. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome on in. So those are the things. So maybe choose, you know, first of all, your, you know, your own hometown airports or your favorite airports, things like that. Those are really good ones to jump into. 118305, 118305 is our next frequency. Beyond that, the next thing you're going to look at, Chris, is hardware, like a side stick and throttles and a rudder pedals. Those will be some of the next things depending upon what level of realism you want to do. 2575 looks good over there. ATC is up and running. Airplane is loaded. Come on over here. Phoenix. And all that looks good. We're just starting up the APU. So I hope that answered some of the questions. As far as other applications, there is something called there is something that we use called SimBrief. It's a part of Navigraph, but SimBrief is free. You'll be using older navigational data and stuff, but this is a great thing to get started learning on, is doing flight planning through SimBrief. You'll start looking at, it generates flight plans that look just like what the real pilots are using. There's another website that you're going to be interested in going to, and that is going to be flightsim.to. It's a place to go and get free airports and liveries and stuff for your airplane, and that's cool. So the flight control unit, how long was that? I ordered the flight control unit when it first came out. So the FCU, when it first came out, that's the autopilot. And so, Chris, one of the things is we're talking about the WinWing flight control unit. So the autopilot up here, I've actually got a piece of hardware sitting on my desk that looks just like that. And it's the actual size, which is really, really nice for flying into busy airspace like we're going to be flying into today. So if you're really going to get into the airplanes, things like that are kind of a cool thing to jump into. All right, getting fuel pumps on, almost ready to go. Preconditioned air can go off. Ground power can go off. Chocks and cones can go off. Parking brakes are on. And we're done with that page. Let's get ready to push back. Load sheet, weather, calculate. Flaps are going to be 1. And send that to the McDo. And then this, of course, where we crashed the simulator just a little bit ago. So we'll go airport ground. Hey, it loaded this time. How about that? Okay, that looks really good. Nothing to worry about there. Performance is good there. We do have a final load sheet. I'm pretty certain the final load sheet is correct. 52.1, that's our final zero fuel weight. And our center of gravity remains 29.7, so we shouldn't tip over in flight. That'll be a good thing. The flight management computer estimates that I need 4.8 tons of fuel to make it up to Copenhagen. I have boarded 6.42, 6.42 because it's vectors to Copenhagen, and we're going to need extra fuel. Okay, all of this looks good, and performance, and that's great too. All right, we've cleared all moorings. Shall we get GSX to push us back? This is something to think about, Chris. This is called GSX.
Holding position until we're cleared of traffic right now.
This does all sorts of interesting things for your airplane. Most of us use it for the pushback engine, which is really good. Simmery, I don't know. No idea if it's going to make it there or not. Sam says that maybe what happened with charts was Phoenix trying to connect to Navigraph and something got hung up. That would make sense. I mean, this is a really complicated airplane. So, Chris, we're flying the Phoenix A319. These Airbuses are probably the best simulators that you can get in the sim. The best airplanes you can get in the sim. They're outstanding. There is so much in this airplane that is modeled, and it does an awful lot of stuff. So you can really do a deep dive into learning about, these airplanes, which are becoming big, just workhorse airplanes all around the globe. So Sim Murray, I'm guessing that if you're getting this in Germany with DHL, I would think it's going to be there by the Christmas holiday. It includes crashing a lot and you screaming at the screen. Yep. Okay. We're probably going to do nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, seatbelts going on. We've cleared all moorings. Bacon's going on. All right, let's so Chris, I don't know if you know about this part of Flight Sim. We're actually flying on a flight simulator network right now, and it's the VATSIM network. And so VATSIM, I'm putting some links in so that you can look at the VATSIM map and also their webpage. It's free. So all of the airplanes that you see, these two Lufthansas, that's somebody who is flying on VATSIM in their simulator like I am. And we have air traffic control. There is somebody, they're not using an airplane, they've got an air traffic control screen in front of them, and they're Nürnberg Tower. 800 flying hours. Congratulations, Mr. Posh Martin. I think it's celebration time. Of course, every day is a good reason to celebrate, right? Okay, let's go ahead and request our push and start. Nürnberg Tower, Guten Abend from Air Berlin 441. Stand 13 with information. Bravo. Thank you for the CPDLC clearance. Requesting startup and pushback.
Nürnberg Tower, good evening. Pushback approved. Face west.
Push approved. We'll face west, Berlin 441. Shall we go? So here's something. I don't know if you've seen this. Here, look at that, Chris. We're back in the cabin right now. So we're in the cabin, and now we'll do the pushback. The ATC, the people that do ATC have a lot more tests to pass than the pilots do. They have a lot more tests to pass. So the goal is fly at real time, real weather, and fly as close to real world as possible. So you can see there's our engine, and there is a red line. There's the crew line right there. So now we're starting our turn. There's a Ryanair, so somebody's flying as Ryanair. We're going to go ahead and start up this engine. So my starter goes to normal. Ignition goes to start, and we're going to start that engine. And the start sounds really good.
Lufthansa to Lima Lima again, 10. Lufthansa to Lima Lima. Wind 140 degrees, 9 knots, runway 10, clear to land. Runway 10, clear to land, Lufthansa to Lima Lima.
That's too much ATC, can't hear it. I would have gotten the professional pro version. I would have gotten the level right below aviator. I think that would have been the best. Getting a good start on engine number 1. Andre is taxiing, so same time as the pushback. Hi, Captain Chris. Premium Deluxe, that's it. Thanks, Irvi. Yeah, Premium Deluxe is the one that I wish I would have picked up. Thanks, Tim Dog. That's the one that I wish I would have gotten. Engine number 1 started, and parking brake is on. Starting 2. There goes engine number 2. And here comes engine number 2. And we're going to go probably to Mike 3, Juliet, and Foxtrot will be our taxi. Engine number 1 started good. No oil leaks in engine number 1. That's good. No big bad vibrations or anything like that. 2 is starting nicely. Let's start squawking. Get on their radar screen.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
There goes our tug. As it just drove right through our engine. And we should get our crew chief coming out here. There's the gear pin, so we can steer the nose wheel, and they're going to wave at us. Thank you. Have a groovy day. Engine number 2's coming up pretty good.
Pushback, I just got a notification from Copenhagen that you need to wait another 10 minutes.
Uh-oh, we got a little bit of wait here. Nürnberg Tower, hello again. Air Berlin 441 pushed and started from stand 13, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi, holding point on runway 10 via Mike 3, Juliet, and Foxtrot.
Holding point runway 10 via Mike 3, Juliet, and Foxtrot. Air Berlin 441. Now, there's no big hurry because there's already a little bit of a hold here. So APU is going off. Since I no longer have a nose wheel tiller, I'm not turning off the nose wheel lock right now since I'm just using rudder pedals. It could be that that's wrong, I don't know. Side stick, ailerons, elevators, rudder pedals, trim's going to be up 0.3. 0.6 I mean. Trim is set, and flaps 1. Speed brakes, auto brakes, taxi light, cabin call, and parking brakes. Let's go. It's the baby bus, and so that means it will most likely start doing a thrust idle taxi. So just release the brakes and it starts rolling. Irvi has had to use the air starter unit. I don't think I've ever really done an air starter with this airplane. And away we go. Let's do predictive wind shear is on. Passengers happily looking outside the window. And so, Captain Chris, this is a payware airport. This one is Nuremberg. So you can get some very, very, very accurate looking Berlin 441, we have the traffic. We'll give way to the Lufty A320 on Foxtrot. You can see their light. That's the Lufty that we're going to give way to. Hi, Brandon. I have not checked out the weather, the parallel weather. There's that. There is Juliet. There's our turn. and we gave way to the Lufthansa A320.
Ryanair 97 November Kilo, wind 120 degrees, 9 knots, runway 10, clear to land.
The cockpits look particularly cool at night. They really do look nice. Now, if you really want some immersion, guess what, Chris? There are some of the airplanes, and if you walk back into the cabin and open the door to the lavatory, you can flush the toilet. You can flush the toilet. Thomas, I use rudder pedals, so I've got a joystick that I use, the Windwing side stick, the Ursa Minor, and I really like that. I also have T-Bird sent a really nice set of crosswind rudder pedals that are out freaking standing. I mean, they're really good.
Lineup after.
I did. So I was trying to clean the wind wings yesterday. So when the internet's down, that's a perfect day to like clean your computer table and, you know, dust off your rudder pedals. There were like 4 screws on the rudder pedals that were really loose, and I gotta tell you, that was really weird. November 321 passed all the classes in your first semester. Congratulations, November 321. 3 cheers for you. That is really that's good work. Now you get to spend the holidays feeling extra good and enjoying a bit. So you can see there's a set of lights that are coming there. There's an airplane that's landing, and they're on VATSIM. There are some very big events, Chris. We did the oldest event in VATSIM, and that is Fly and See Santa. We did that Saturday, and that was up to Rovaniemi, Tromsø, or Kiruna, 3 airports in Norway, Sweden, Finland. Yeah, T-Bird, I was really surprised. So I you know, pull them back a little bit and start dusting them off. I thought, wait a minute, these things are like loose. And, you know, it's very easy to tighten up and stuff. And actually, the rudder pedals do feel a little bit better today. November 321 is 12% of the way through your meteorology degree. Keep with it. Keep with it. Some of it's pretty dry stuff there. No pun intended there, 321, but keep going. User is World Express 557 Papa Mike. And there's our hold short point for runway 10. There's a bit of a ground stop here, so not ground stop, but a slight delay. And parking brakes. I do use TAA.
Lufthansa 149er, wind 140 degrees, 9 knots, runway 10, clear to take off, schönen Flug.
So there they go.
Takeoff Lufthansa 149er. Bye bye, schönen Abend noch.
It is
97 November Kilo, taxi to 10 14 via Alp.
Sim Brief, the flight planner is free, but you'll be using older navigation data. So eventually, you'll want to buy a subscription for nav data and charts. We are in Germany. They roll the R's in Germany. Runway. I'm a little bit good at that. So it's good to, I would start learning it out. Now, VATSIM is free. VATSIM's free. I think we need a lucky hat today. I think we need a lucky hat. Henrik, thank you for some nice cheers. That was nice of you. Thank you for some bits, Henrik. All the switches are in the right spot. Okay, we got another one. That airplane just got cleared to land. We may taxi in. Berlin 441, runway 10, line up behind landing, Lufty A321 behind Berlin 441. And that is a Lufthansa A321 coming on in, so strobes. Landing lights are ready. Flight attendants, seats for takeoff.
Ryanair 907 Kilo, you're November 2 now, you need to be on mic 2, you need to swing over to the left.
You can also fly older liveries, like, you know, for airlines that aren't flying, like TWA, Pan Am, Alitalia. This is Air Berlin. Air Berlin was all over Europe for a while.
I have no flight plan, if you could send it to me.
All right, we're ready to go. Lights.
Nürnberg Tower, you...
I'm also going to do wing lights for added. Flaps work on these airplanes. I have stuck with TAA because all of the numbers are blurry if I don't. And the blurry stuff's just no good. Quest, K-West.
Roger.
And blurry charts are just no good.
Wind 140 degrees 9 knots, so runway 10, clear to go.
Runway 10, clear for takeoff, Berlin 441. Thank you much. Danke ciao, and have a great weekend. And throttles are up halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timers rolling. Throttles up. Manual flex. SRS. Runway set. Auto thrust blue. We are going. Up, up and away time. 100 knots. Checked. V1, hands off the throttles. We're flying. And rotate. Positive climb. Gear going up. One 129,525.
Okay, no problem.
I usually set that before takeoff.
30 minutes. The 137, your time and come. Push back now, approve.
And a nice departure out from. Oh, it's a little bit misty tonight here. And lever climb, thrust climb, lower the nose a little bit, follow the flight directors. And this is what München. München, very good evening. Air Berlin 441 is passing 3,100 for 7.
Good evening, flight to flight level 190.
Climbing now, flight level 190, Berlin 441. Flaps, AP, speed brakes disarmed. After takeoff items, landing gears up, auto brakes are off, out we go. It should be a nice flight, Joker Allen. And there's our nice turn. And 250 below 10,000 feet. Looking good. Another cool add-on, Mad Noob likes the Luke Air Tools. It's not one that I've used before, Mad Luke, but I'm going to guess that you like it, otherwise you wouldn't be recommending it, right? There is one, I don't remember which one it is. Okay, standard.
441, proceed direct Malus, November Alpha Romeo Uniform Sierra.
Air Berlin 441, we are now direct to Norris. And there's our first big direct to. And that's probably to the end of their air area. I think that you have to have a special, there's a special add-on for passenger sounds. And that's probably where you hear the cheering, Marty. I know that we had the cheering over in some airplanes. And we had the cheering in some other airplanes in X-plane. And direct Norris passing 10,000 feet. So landing lights off, nose light off. I'm gonna leave my wing lights on for added visibility. 10,000 foot cabin call. That looks good. Hey, I heard that there was an announcement about Spirit. Apparently they may have some money problems or something like that. I don't know. That's Spirit in the real world. Mad Noob says screaming and applause is FS realistic. Okay. It was FS realistic. And yeah, if you did a really bad landing, there would be passengers screaming like, "Oh, we're gonna die." You know, that kind of thing. Tim Dog says they've actually had money problems for a while now. Passing 12,000 feet, going to flight level 190.
New recruits
Everything
detected.
looks good there.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Rap
Stay
Plays
sharp.
just hit a follow on the channel. And T-Bird in with the silly little guy in Santa reminding us to enjoy some really, really cool holiday spirit. That's right, the cheering and stuff like that, it was built into Flight Factor airplanes. I remember that. Hi Kuma, welcome aboard. Captain Minnesota says a bunch of pilots are a bit whelped. That's right, they were trying to do a merge, weren't they? We've already got we've got pretty good add-ons. And except for my little crash to desktop that we had earlier, I feel like we're doing the sim's doing really pretty good. Menzies, thank you for putting that information in about SimBrief. That explained it much better than I did. Thank you. 133.615 now for Air Berlin 441. Duncan Chow, have a really good weekend.
Bye-bye.
133.615. And looking good there. Yeah, we heard Thomas. That was definitely a shock. Okay, we're already at standard altimeter. I forgot to do standard altimeter on the backup. I appreciate you taking the time to explain it, Mentis. Thank you. Some of them are going to make their way to PlayStation 5, not all of them. They declared, Tim Dog says they've declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy twice in less than a year. Oh, really? Well, there we go. I will get Volanta going. Hang on. I actually started it. I just forgot to refresh it. There we go. Got it set. Thank you. Mention good Nabin from Air Berlin 441 at flight level 190, direct Norris.
Air Berlin 441, München, hello. Identified, climb flight level 360.
Climbing now, flight level 360, Air Berlin 441. So 36,000 feet in the autopilot. Pull it, and out we go. I've never really used the flight planner itself in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Other people have come in and said it works just fine. Unless you're going to be, doing VATSIM flights and stuff, I think it's a great tool to use to get started with. But eventually you're going to want to use a planner like SimBrief for flying on VATSIM. So there's Nuremberg Airport. So they got a fair few pilots there.
Turkish 2, Zulu, descent level 240.
Out we go. All the areas that you see shaded are places where there's ATC. So we got a full ride into Copenhagen.
Turkish 2, Zulu, descent flight level 240 to be leveled at Rufka.
Cat strip arrival still on 22 left. So no reason to panic there. Joker, I use what's called fast views or quick views or something like that. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, there's 10 of them. So there's 10 quick views that you can predefine. So what I've gone, and for all of the views that I've got that you see in the cockpit, that is a number on my number pad. And I try and make them all about the same. Button number 7 is looking out the passenger window on the left wing. So what I've gone and done is I've come on over here and using the forward and backward keys, you go back into the cabin, walk on back here and find your seat, and you go and you set that as a quick view. And I've got a quick view for the left wing and behind the right wing. And that's what I use. It's not the easiest thing to explain how to set some of those up, but I do have a YouTube video about setting up those views. Tim Dog says, yeah, chase plane's going to be a lot easier. I never really got that much into chase plane in Flight Sim 2020. Probably going to have to take the time to learn that. Thing is we're also going to be setting up, the wind wing throttles and a bunch of other stuff. So it's going to be a while, but I think I'm going to have to do that. Chris, good luck. Come on back. Also, there's Spy Discord. Do ! Discord. It'll send you an invite if you've got questions when nobody's live streaming or something, and let us know how we can help make it fun. Yeah, that's right. When it came out, I never really got into it. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go off. I don't know if you're still here, Chris. So this airplane is so well modeled and so deep. So we'll look back here. You see back in the passenger cabin, you can see that I've got no smoking and seatbelts are on. The seatbelt light. Come on up here in the real airplane. There's the seatbelt sign. We'll turn it off.
Subscriber confirmed.
And if you come back into the cabin, you can see the seatbelt sign is now off. So they even modeled the seatbelt signs in the airplane.
Evelyn 441, contact München radar, frequency
133.230 now for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. There's Mention Radar there. Menzies just gifted Chris a sub. Thanks for gifting Chris a sub, Menzies. That was really nice of you. Mention Radar, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441. Passing flight level 290 for flight level 360 overhead Norris.
441, München radar identified, climb flight level 340.
Climbing now, flight level 340, Air Berlin 441. Dr. Quigley's, welcome aboard. Actually, I think that one of the things that Volanta does is provide you with a logbook. So I do have that logbook. I also have the number of hours that I've flown on VATSIM. They keep track of every hour that you fly on VATSIM. It's kind of a big number though. So kind of proves I need to get a life. Tim J, welcome aboard. Oh my gosh, I thought today, I don't know why, I feel like today's Thursday. Oh man. It's Monday, isn't it? Endemic. It's Monday, isn't it? I thought it was Thursday. Man, you're right.
Eurowings 1 Victor Alpha, contact Bremen on 124.175, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's because my plans got canceled because the internet crashed here at SPHQ. That totally threw my days off. I really thought it was. Thank you for pointing that out. Endemic, that, you're right. Yeah, my yesterday's flight plan because the internet was out most of the day yesterday.
Bremen on 124.175, bye-bye. 124.175, Eurowings 1 Victor Alpha, bye-bye.
Buckeye, thank you for reminding me to hydrate.
Orange 1 Charlie,
that's right, Chase plane is Friday.
Orange 51 Charlie, München radar identified.
That's right, I think Thursday we're all going to be in the 737-800 from PMDG.
With a 5656 negative, I already told it to you, it's 124.175.
Apologize, 124.175 would be the
Cyber 1, contact München radar on 133.615, bye-bye.
All right, let's see if we've gotten any email from WinWing about shipping. Come on, shipping. No, no shipping email yet. Come on, guys. It's time to ship the throttles. It's time to ship the throttles. Time to ship the throttles.
Standard 6754, München radar identified. Proceed direct Akudi.
Direct Akudi, Standard 615.
Is it going to be 5 days for shipping? So probably we paid for it, and it's going to be next week. So maybe we'll get the shipping notice. We'll get the shipping notice on Friday, and we get it the week after. Is that going to be it? The Noobs is back in chat. Welcome, the Noobs.
Flight level 360.
Flight level 360, Air Berlin 441. Thanks, Landy. I hadn't heard that one yet. Is that you, Noobs? Is that airplane right there? That's an airplane ahead of us. Also a little bit higher.
Standard 35 Papa Lima München radar.
Beautiful night lighting tonight. It's like a nice night to be flying in Germany. Not many clouds. Cybeck, this is the upgraded version of the PMDG 737-800 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. My guess is it's probably going to be about $15 to $25 if you already had the 737-800 in Flight Sim 2020. Irvy's housemate has a new kitten. Really? Floofy Fooferson. Well, there's a good cat name. Oh, Cybeck, you were talking to Tim. Sorry about that. Noobs wants a PC to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it does take a fairly strong PC to fly it. Captain Chris says it was a sunny day in Frankfurt. Really? A nice sunny day in Frankfurt. 9 miles to top of climb. So we'll check our fuel as soon as we get to top of climb, see what we're going to have for landing over here. So divert fuel today is 2.1 tons. 2.1 tons is diversion fuel. Flying Rockfin, welcome back. We think Thursday after 1700 Zulu for the 737-800 from PMDG. Andre's going to do a long haul to Hong Kong.
Berlin 441, climb flight level 360.
Climbing flight level 360, Air Berlin 441. I think they told us to do that. I must not have pulled the handle out. Vinyl Rabbit, I got to pay for it. We paid for it last week. So I was hoping that they'd ship it today. So we paid for it like on Friday. I was hoping they'd ship it today and be here by Thursday. But probably not. But I'm really excited about that coming. I also ordered, and I've already received, the desk clamp. So there's a special desk clamp that you can get for Windwing that is specially engineered for throttles and, you know, the engine panel, the gear panel. And I did order the 2 extra bars to go out from that, so you can do a custom mount for your McDo. So I'm really looking forward to that. Vinyl Rabbit says all the stuff is in New Jersey. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a matter of put it in a box, put a label on it, and put it on a FedEx truck. Hammer goes, we're making progress. Welcome aboard.
Canadian 201 Bravo, München radar identified.
It's not as cold, Amargosa. It's above freezing. It's above freezing. Wow, look at that, a whole 10 degrees. Woohoo.
490, proceed direct SC, go.
Noobs right now would be this. It would be the Phoenix A319. This is a very modern jet. It's got all sorts of really good things aboard.
Airplane 441, contact Bremen on 124.175, bye-bye.
124.175 now for Air Berlin 441. Danke, ciao. Have a great week. 124.175. Vinyl Rabbit has made a custom mount for the weekend. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the landing gear panel. I'm looking forward to that too. Noobs likes the MD-11. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's going to be a fun airplane to have again.
Radar KLM 1775. KLM 1775, same identified.
Bremen radar, guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, about 13 miles south of Mbox at flight level 360.
Berlin 441, same identified, direct Monarch.
Direct to Monarch, Berlin 441. Woohoo, boy, there's the big direct to. Direct to Monarch. And direct to. Little bit of a turn there. Now then, we also need to put in the hold. We know we're going to get it. Oh boy, I hope we don't crash the sim by calling up this chart. I'm a little scared. Good. Okay, we got to do the old pib hold. Tim Dog, that's a good call. I think, you know, that would have been the big reason for me to keep Flight Sim 2020 on my hard drive for the MD-11. But I can be patient. A little bit, not super patient. Okay, we need to put in a hold, and it's going to be hold at OLPIB, inbound 030, right-hand turns. So we need to go in here and find OLPIB, click it, click hold, and we need our inbound, again, 030 degrees, 030 degrees. It is right-hand turns, that's good. And they don't have any special instructions on how long it's a mile hold, so let's just pop that in, and our hold is set. So let's see here. We are currently 244 miles from Copenhagen. Assuming we don't make any changes in the flight plan, we will have 4 tons of fuel aboard the airplane. We panic at 2.1 tons of fuel. 1 ton of fuel is 30 minutes of holding. So I've got about an hour of holding if I need it. So there's no reason to panic about losing fuel. So I think that that's good news. Noobs, we are on VATSIM. We are on VATSIM. So it's a big multiplayer, but there are more rules. You know, we follow the real world rules. I know. Yes, the days that they were handing out patients, I left because they were taking too long. Yep, same here.
Descend to flight level 210, KLM 1775.
1 U.S. gallon of jet fuel weighs about 6.7 pounds. Diamond Mike Boston, welcome back in. The weight of fuel is kind of a heavy subject.
123-230, Cyber 47, thank you, cheers.
Okay, we are, it looks like 90 miles from top of descent. And just a really clear night all over Germany tonight. Really nice night in Germany. Noobs has got a year left in high school, and then you're going to be a private pilot. That is a great goal. It absolutely is.
280 and Roger, Berlin, Süd Bravo. Scanning the 481, again? Scanning the 481, Derek Boomel.
Copenhagen arrival ATIS. Information Chuckles is current. Expecting the ILS approach runway 22 left. 22 left sounds pretty good. Runway condition is good. Transition level is 60. Do not link the star with the ILS. Very important in Copenhagen. Winds are 190 at 9. Few clouds. 1014. Sounds like a nice night for flying. Let's go ahead and do arrival data. So arrival data, the altimeter in Copenhagen is 1014. 1014. The temperature in Copenhagen is 6 degrees Celsius.
433, KLM 775.
The winds in Copenhagen are 190 at 9. The transition level is 6,000 feet. This is a baby bus, so I'm going to do a config 3 landing. Tell ground proximity warning system that we're going to use config 3, otherwise it yells at us. Come on over to charts. And let's come on over here. ILS, hope it doesn't crash. It's kind of scary to hit that button now. And the ILS minimums are 210 feet. 210 feet. Okay, data's in. We are 69 miles from top of descent.
Direct Monarch within that. KLM 1775, agreement 126,
Cockpit Berlin 126425, KLM 1775.
Delta Lima Foxtrot, agreement 126, 125.
Okay.
Delta Lima Foxtrot, 126.
I think we're all in good shape.
Delta Golf Lima Foxtrot, Radar 126, 125.
Company message, this is going to be from Air Berlin Ops. We were probably a little late getting out of the gate because of a CTD. Yeah, we were 20 minutes late. Oh well.
Flight close, G7 flight close 200 at 2000 feet per minute or greater and speed 260 knots at conversion during Swan Victor Alpha.
So the 212 that trim radar identified had climb to flight level 26.
Climbing 26,
60 miles now from top of descent. Nah, I think if there was, it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't do anything, so that's why I don't put in the lake codes. I used to, it was fun, but it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't do anything, so I don't usually put in my lake code. I'm also trying to pay attention to ATC because we're going to get a descent in just a second. We're going to get a descent, so... They're busy at this here. They got a lot of... This controller's just talking.
Boarding 7979 up, radar identified. And FedEx Express 32 Kilo, radar identified. Climb to flight level 280.
Bremen Radar, good evening. Quarter Express 32 Whiskey, flight level 140. Inbound to Rudak.
There is stormy weather coming out of Michigan, going over, so there's a big storm in the eastern Great Lakes area.
Climb to flight level 280, Water Express 2 Whiskey.
With a 5656, contact Copenhagen 119.555.
If we do Detroit to Toronto, we would probably be flying through the snow. Not a lot of ATC there, but we could do that if we wanted to do that.
Speedbird 81, question Speedbird 881 Alpha, contact Copenhagen 127865. Speedbird 881 Alpha, contact Copenhagen control 127.865.
Confirm 127.865?
Correct.
Contact radar 126.865 for Speedbird 881 Alpha.
Oscar 977, contact 124.155.
That might be our next frequency.
124.855. Question 124.155.
Okay, we're all set and ready. We have the latest weather. The arrival is set.
Standby. All stations calling in standby. I call you back. This is Aircraft Lufthansa 1673, speed 250. I say again, Lufthansa 1673, speed 250.
Yeah, you've really got to pay attention, especially on events like this one. This is sort of the level up event, kind of almost really for experts only.
Ryanair 2733, direct TAP, speed 290 Okada.
Target up speed 290 Okada, Ryanair 2733.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Papa, descend to flight level 100. Descent level 100, 3 Yankee Papa. Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray, brim radar identified, direct Botlar, climb to flight level 270.
270 and direct from Botlar, Finnair 3 Yankee X-ray.
Ryanair 75 Alpha Alpha, radar contact, descent level 14. Ryanair 75 Alpha Alpha, descent level 14.
Always hate it when I miss a call.
Lufthansa 137, brim radar identified. Swift 178, brim radar identified, climb to flight level 240.
Climb to flight level 240.
Hey, go to Flight Dayton, welcome aboard.
Lufthansa 5 Romeo Juliet, contact München 133-230. City Air 21 Juliet, contact München 133-230.
123-320, City Air
230.
Decimal 230, City Air 230.
Ryanair 68 Yankee Quebec, brim radar identified.
I mean, this controller has just got so many airplanes. We're down here, there's our little airplane.
11.1, contact.
Kind of just off to ourselves.
46, Level 32 Bravo, climb to flight level 370.
117 arrivals coming into Copenhagen.
Descent level 200, 2,000 feet per minute, Okada.
Flight level 200 at 2,000 feet or greater for Berlin 441.
Ryanair 2733, Cape level 129, no any base descent, level 14, maintain speed 3.
140, maintain speed 290, great Ryanair 2733.
Make it speed 300, Okada.
Okay, so flight level 200 at 2,000 feet or more, so we're good to go there.
Emirates 560, proceed direct Buckley, descent to flight level 200. Waypoint is Bravo Alpha Kilo Lima India.
And it's holding our speed, so no reason to throw out speed brakes or anything like that. We're doing pretty good.
Say again, please.
Roger, 4 Papa Hotel, reduce minimum clean speed.
Minimum clean speed,
That's usually what they do coming into Copenhagen on a busy night. In an Airbus, that's also green dot speed. And we can actually see our green dot right here. Right there, so 220. So it looks like about 231 is our minimum clean speed. Clean speed's 212 knots. So that would be our speed.
Lufthansa 3 Victor Green got identified, climb to flight level 180. Doing 7 and a stop manner, 50%.
Let's see, Bad Noob says, what's the green dot? Well, I think that for speed, the way I learned it, Mad Noob, the speed green dot is just green dot speed. But this one, this is our descent, and when this is centered, we're on our optimized descent path, and that's the donut. I think they call that one the donut. Now, do I have those backwards, Mad Noob? I thought the donut was the descent path. There's our hold already set. Now, now you've done it now, Mad Noob. I want donuts.
160 and Delta Bravo 163,
433 Delta Bravo.
The dot itself.
433.
Blackbird 077 Alpha, proceed repeat here.
Is it the same for both
confirm
altitude
contact
and
zero,
speed,
blood pressure,
or is it one or the other
077 Alpha, affirm, and contact
for the donut?
133-320, 230. 230 by Blackbird 077 Alpha, confirm 133-230. 133-230, Active 1, Grim Radar, hello, identified. Linear 3 Yankee X-ray, monitor 1228.
1228 from the 3 Yankee X-ray.
Emerald 65 uniform after Buckley, directive.
So we're thinking about Detroit to Toronto for some snow ops. It's just the altitude is the donut. Thanks, Mad Noob. Guten Abend, Tom Sek. Welcome aboard. So we could do a Air Canada Jazz flight is a real flight, or Endeavour, which is Delta Connection. Hi, Super Echo. Thanks, it's just the altitude. Thanks for Mad Noob. Tom Sack, it looked like it was really really a nice day today in Frankfurt.
Climb to flight level 350.
So D24 F88.
On 75 Alpha Alpha, contact 126 decimal 425. Confirm 425. 45.
I'm getting ready to update
Monitor 1228.
the next
Contact monitor advisory 122.
Not a lot of ATC on this one, so if you're new, this should be a good flight for you. I always say that and get in trouble, but that's what it looks like right now. But you can see we got snow.
Ring 7979, descent to flight level 240, your external on 79. This 178, climb to flight level 34.
Climb to flight level 340, just 17 meters.
Lufthansa 37 Victor, climb to flight level 240. Lufthansa 2 Delta Lima, descent to flight level 1.
I'm just checking to see. I think we've got scenery for both Detroit and Toronto. So those are probably all set.
What is my vertical speed?
It's already loaded.
It does no more thank you. Lufthansa 35 Papa Lima, reduce minimum clean speed.
Yep, they're all loaded. So we don't need to worry about scenery, and we're good to go there.
First, Lufthansa 35 Papa Lima,
25,000 feet. Seatbelts. And there's our hold coming up.
Yankee Papa, reaching no taxi. Stand by. Admiral 560 uniform. Contact.
Okay, next for us will be Copenhagen control. That's when they'll tell us to hold as published. And we're already set up with the hold.
Left 360, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 10160 Yankee Papa. On a 2733, descent level 140.
We can do one last stop here and see what's happening in the real world at Detroit. Detroit departures, 21 right, 22 left. We could also go back here and eyeball Toronto and figure out what real world Toronto is doing, and that would be a good choice for us to make.
All stations trying to call in. Stand by. I call you back one by one. Rainer 2733, contact 126, destination 125.
12645, Rainer 233.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Papa, after 360, proceed Richtung taxi. Out of taxi, cleared on pier approach, base on port, established runway track.
After 360, direct to taxi, from taxi, cleared on off, runway 10.
I'll bet they're coming in on 24 left.
Lufthansa 1673, contact 126, 425.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming in on runway 24 left. So now we've got gates and we got numbers. Slink for Slink, is it good to use Navigraph? I think it's great to use Navigraph. Okay, we know what we're doing there. So our next flight, we kind of figured out some basics for that. CRJ 900 will be very, very jazzy. And then if we wanted, we could continue from Toronto over to Halifax for Moncton Monday. All the little flashing lights there, those are airplanes up ahead of us. Sending good lucks to Jessica for another set of mock tests. Good luck. One more test on Wednesday. Vinyl Rabbit says, yeah, Navigraph has VFR stuff now too. So that's the kind of flying that you would do in a small airplane, especially if you're new. Thomas has a friend that flew CRJs. Oh, a private one. I think they are.
Reduce minimum clean speed. Reduce minimum speed.
Uh-oh, somebody may not know what minimum clean speed is. That's the hard part of events like this. Gotta know those things.
Raven Radar, good evening, Alpine 6003 with you.
Alpine 6003, BIM, hello, identified. Express, Wave 6, contact mission 133230. 133230, Pedro 34, maybe few passing for 340, coming to 5320. Blocked. Station trying to call in, second call sign. Pedro 34, Mike.
Huh? I didn't pull, I didn't get that one. Didn't get that, huh? What was that?
Scale 1110, Gretchen 201 Bravo, contact Copenhagen 119 555. 119 555, routing, goodbye. Hello, Express 044.
I think they forgot us.
Express 044, contact 133230. Copenhagen to 60 correction 77 Bravo, descending for level 20. Quality 4 Lima Delta, contact approach 118455.
118455, Lima Delta, thank you, bye-bye.
Quarter 179, so left heading 360. Berlin 441.
Berlin 441 on your frequency.
Yes, thank you for that. Turn left now, and again turn left heading 230.
Left turn now, 230, Air Berlin 441.
Scandinavian 201 Bravo, Copenhagen Control, turn left heading 270.
We just got turned out for traffic.
Quarter
Uh-oh.
179, proceed direct Nexo, reach on arrival, speed 250 knots.
All right, so they just we're doing a little turn ahead of our next turn.
With F5656, descend level 160.
Descend 160,
Ooh, unless they're gonna put us over on another arrival.
Your wings 1 Victor Alpha, descend level 210.
I think that we're just doing a big 360, but
Postman 762, descend level 260.
260, Postman 762.
Sometimes when we're coming in on arrivals like this, they will kick us over. If we're on Monarch, they'll kick us over to the Tudlow arrival. So they may be getting ready to do that. We see what happens on that one.
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee, descend level 270.
Descend 270, Foxtrot 1 for the end.
Condor 179, descend level 90. level 90, Giant 4422, holding is cancelled. Continue the right turn to a heading of 300.
Those were all holds. So
Skyven 201 Bravo, proceed direct to
we have a
next
delay vector
Gesca,
before
Golf
we get
Echo
to
Sierra
hold.
Kilo Alpha.
Say again, please, first channel.
Direct to Gesca, Golf Echo Sierra Kilo Alpha. Air Berlin 441, proceed direct Gesca, Golf Echo Sierra Kilo Alpha.
Berlin 441, direct to Geska.
That's correct, and enter the hold over Gesca as published. You can choose yourself the inbound transfer.
Okay, we'll enter the hold ourselves at Geska, and we can choose our own inbound for Berlin 441.
Condor 179, contact approach 118-455. 118-455, thanks.
Direct to Geska.
Skyven 201 Bravo, into the holding over Gesca as into the holding over Gesca. You can choose the inbound track yourself.
Say again, please, first time. I did not get it. Sorry.
Hold over the Gesca point.
Hold Gesca point.
Condor, question Giant 4422.
I don't think it's there. This is outside of there. GESKA
With Air 5656, descend flight level 90.
and insert. Oh, so it isn't one of these.
Skyven
Okay, so Geska
201
wasn't.
Bravo.
So
You're
we're
flying
just
to
going to be
Gesca point.
orbiting somewhere out here.
Thank you. With Air 5656, holding cancel, turn right heading.
And we're supposed to hold over Geska. We can turn any way we want.
So turn right heading 305.
305 with their
Ryanair 1026, descend level 160, expedite.
Descend 160, Ryanair 160.
Yeah, wings 1 Victor Alpha, descend level 190.
190, units 1 Victor Alpha.
Postman 762, descend level 210.
So here's where we were going. This was a whole different waypoint.
Skyven 201 Bravo, descend flight level 190.
So there's Geska over there. There isn't a published hold at Geska. So that's why they said just orbit however you want. Yeah, the calculations are a lot easier in an Airbus for hold. Basically, 1 ton in this airplane at our weight is good for 30 minutes. And I think I'm at about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour for the hold. And then we have to divert.
Giant 4422, contact approach 118-455.
118-455, Giant 4422, connect.
And now it's going to slow us down to green
You can
dot
hold on the
speed.
inbound track with the right turns.
Inbound track, right turn,
0 wings 31 Alpha Papa, descend level 210.
Level 210, you're wing 31 Alpha Papa.
With Air 5656, turn right heading 045.
Right 045 with the frequency.
Ryanair 1026, descend level 130.
Descend 130, Ryanair 130.
And our
0
speed's
wings 1 Victor Alpha,
coming
descend
down
level
just
17.
fine.
170, units 1 Victor Alpha.
The new,
Postman 762,
new
descend flight
clean
level 200.
speed is 197. And
Top switch 14 Kilo Yankee, descend flight level
that's
240.
the best speed for saving fuel. We got to keep flying,
With Air
but this is
5656,
our
direct
most
Nexo, reach on
fuel
arrival
efficient
225
speed.
knots.
Next so reach on the arrival speed 250 knots with their frequency.
Ryanair 1026, holding cancel, turn right heading 120, descend level 90.
120, descend 90, Ryanair.
Only if you're approachable, Final
With 1
Rabbit.
Victor Alpha, descend flight level 160.
But we're very approachable here.
160, units 1 Victor Alpha.
Sorry to turn
Postman
that into a
762,
silly
descend level
joke.
190.
Descend flight level 190,
Top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee. Descend
Andre
flight
is landing in Zurich right now.
Then 220, top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee.
Scandinavian 201 Bravo, descend level 90.
90.
Copenhagen, good evening, Swift.
And now we just orbit here.
Please over to descend 820.
Swift 178,
And
Copenhagen,
there's a very good chance we're going to get a second hold.
Right turns on the inbound track, please.
On the inbound track,
They told us
hold
we
the
could
right
do
gas
our
and
own
right hand
track.
turn.
Everybody else is
Just
getting an
1 minute.
inbound.
Scaven 201 Bravo, if you can, expedite rate of descent the best you can. Air Berlin 441, descend flight level 180.
Descending now, flight level 180, Air Berlin 441. How low
Wings
can we
9246,
go?
descend flight level 260.
And we're in the hold. Real airlines make you keep your seatbelt
With
on.
5656,
I'm turning off seatbelts while we're in the hold in case somebody had too much booze and they need to recycle.
Ryanair 1026, turn
We
left heading
care about the
070,
comfort of our
speed 250
passengers.
knots.
That's 270, speed 250, Ryanair 126.
Wings 1 Victor Alpha,
Especially
descend
those
flight level 130.
passengers that might have had a little bit too much liquid
130,
entertainment before the flight,
Postman 732.
which, you know,
Descend
some
level
of them
170.
might have done.
Flight of 170,
Top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee, descend flight level 200.
Descend 200, top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee.
Top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee, continue descend level 190.
Continue descent 190, top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee.
And we just hold out here, make the map a little bit bigger so that we can see where we're going after this. So you see down here in the lower right hand side, that's where we were going. So that's going to appear on the map to give us an idea of where we might be making our next turn.
Ryanair 1026, direct next to region arrival.
Next to join arrival, Ryanair 126.
Wings 1 Victor Alpha, descend level 120.
Over on the fuel, on the flight plan page, so now our estimated fuel on board's dropping.
762, descend flight level 160.
So it's at 3.8.
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee,
Again,
descend flight level
we
180.
panic
Give me good rate of
at
descent, please.
2.1. So we've got about a ton and a half of
Postman
fuel for
762, descend
orbiting.
level 160.
About a ton and a half to orbit.
Top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee, descend level 170. Give me a good rate of descent, please.
170 and good rate of descent.
Michael Cross, live with Michael
Airplane
Cross is
441,
back.
descend now level 120, expedite rate of descent.
120 for Berlin 441, fast descent.
Wings 31 Alpha Papa, descend level 190. Level 190.
Oh, they want us down fast.
Wings 9246, continue descend level 230.
Tim Dog says, no, it's not approach speed. It's the hold you do green dot. Yes, it's your most efficient speed. If we have to use flaps, then we're adding more drag, and that means more fuel, and that means the boss gets cranky.
Ryanair 1026, contact approach 118 455.
485, Ryanair 126, danke dir.
Wings 1 Victor Alpha, holding cancel, continue right turn, heading 300.
Holding cancel, right 300, Jungs, 1 Victor Alpha.
Postman 762, descend level 130.
Yeah, flight level 130, Postman 762.
Air Berlin 441, descend flight level 100.
Descend flight level 100, Air Berlin 441.
Wings 21 Alpha Papa, descend level 160.
Descend 160.
Picking up a little bit of speed, but we're not using engines, so that's probably just fine. They said expedite, so we expedited.
Wings 1 Victor Alpha, descend level 90.
Nano Sirius, 1 Victor Alpha.
Wings 21 Alpha Papa, descend level 140.
140. 31 Papa.
Wings 9246, descend flight level 200.
Descend for level 200, get the rings 9246.
Swift 178, descend level 250.
If we
radar
decide
descent
to
1500
do
feet per minute greater.
continuing service from Toronto, that's about a 700-mile flight. It's a little bit longer than we normally like to do, to go out to Halifax for Moncton Monday.
Into the hold over GEFCA as published, please. Maintain flight level 230.
Actually, Peyton, there's not a good reason. That being said, there actually is a little bit of information about that.
Commander 01. Navy 01, hello to you. Same for you. Into the hold over GEFCA waypoint as published. You can do the inbound track there and the right turn, please.
Right turn over GEFCA, hold Commander 01.
040. Yellow wings 1 Victor Alpha, turn right heading 040.
Right heading 040, units 1 Victor
Okay, I think we're right where we're supposed to be. Right where we're supposed to be. So there's the whole story about 441.
110.
Yeah, flight level 110, passing 52.
Foxtrot 14 Kilo Yankee, descend level 140.
Head 140, Foxtrot 14 Kilo Yankee.
And flight level 100, so landing
One
lights,
Victor Alpha, direct next to region arrival speed 250 knots.
taxi lights ready,
Direct next to arrival
cabin
speed
call.
250 knots, units 1 Victor Alpha.
All the way to a heading of 300 degrees.
And our green dot speed is now gone down to 197.
Postman 762.
A little more spy history, right, Canute? But yeah, that's the whole story.
762, holding is cancelled, continue the right turn, I say again a right turn, to a heading of 300.
Continue the right turn all the way around to 300, passing 52.
Topswitch 14 Kilo Yankee, descend level 120.
Waiting for them to kick us out of the hold now. They've already dropped us down to 8,000 feet.
201 Bravo, holding
My
cancelled,
guess
turn
is
right
it's
heading
going to be
030.
direct to Nexu and rejoin the arrival.
Yellow wings 31 Alpha, 120.
We hope.
Down 12031. Yellow wings 9246, descend flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, Yellow wings 9246.
F1348, descend flight level 220. Swiss 178, descend flight level 240.
This grid of lights here, we're over a big wind turbine
German Navy
farm.
1, descend flight level 260.
So all of those are big wind turbines out there.
Postman 762, continue the right turn to a heading of 355.
Continue the right turn to heading 355, passing 52.
Yellow wings 1 Victor Alpha, contact approach 118.455, thanks for your patience.
118.455, Euro wings 1 Victor Alpha, thanks for your service, bye-bye.
That's probably next for us.
Air Berlin, correction, Skeleton 201, continue inbound to Olpik to
Man, I thought that was us.
Expected.
Direct Olpik, full Olpik,
Copenhagen Control, Lufthansa 35, Papa Lima, hello. Director Olpik and asking for the descent.
Since there's going to be no descent anytime soon, but I will get back to you once I can fit you
Irving's
in. For now,
uncle
maintain level 220
might have
and
been
hold
working
over
on those
Olpik.
turbines. They're all over the place here in Europe and the UK. Tim Dog makes an incredibly good point. That's another big reason why it is, you know, I stick with 441 and also certain airlines.
Into the hold, over
One of the
Olpik
reasons
and
I like Air
publish
Berlin on Flight Sim is because not many people are flying Air Berlin.
So we do a whole
So it's easier for me to hear my call sign while I'm chattering away here on live stream.
Negative, maintain 220 for now.
So then 220 and hold that Olpik bus published.
Postman 762, proceed direct Nexo, descend level 90, speed 50 knots.
Oh, Irving's uncle did wind turbines in the U.S. near Salt Lake City.
Top Swiss 14 Kilo Yankee, holding cancel, turn right heading 320.
Holding cancel right.
That's why Boutreau likes to fly FedEx. Right, there's not that many, so it's easier for you to listen for your call sign, especially in a busy situation like this.
100, 140 Yankee.
Berlin 441, proceed direct Olpik to enter the hold over Olpik.
Direct to Olpib, and we'll enter the hold at Olpib for Berlin 441. All right, so direct to
Copenhagen Alpine, Fox Uniform Kilo, direct
Old Pip.
Alpine 5 to November Kilo, hello, identified, enter the hold over all tip as published.
We will have OPIP in database, unfortunately.
Alright, in that case it will be Charlie Delta Alpha instead. I guess you have the old IRAC, enter the hold over Charlie Delta Alpha instead.
Charlie Delta Alpha, Fox Uniform Kilo.
Euro Wings 31 Alpha Papa,
So
make clear
we're
direct
getting
to, all tip
two
and enter the
holds
hold over
on
all tip.
today's flight.
Very clear direct
We got a
all tip
hold
and hold
before we even got to the star, and now we got another hold.
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee, turn further right, direct to Nexo, reach on arrival, speed 250 knots.
250 knots right, direct next door, to the Yankee.
So 2 for the price of 1 hold day.
Copenhagen, we need PS1 for flight level.
Normally, we just jet in maybe a little bit of a hold into Copenhagen.
Identified, yeah, I'll try to see.
We're
the whole thing over
holding
guest
it
cap,
together.
maintain flight over 280.
The comedy club continues.
Please make that a left turn in the hold.
Left turn in the hold,
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee, direct Nexo, reach on arrival, descent flight level 90.
We're already at flight level 100, so we're not that high in the flight. Because we're not that high up, we're not going to probably spend that much time in the hold. I think fuel prediction.
Postman 762, contact approach 118.
Fuel prediction is 3.7. So we've still got over a ton of fuel for holding.
Eurowings 9.
So we could still hold for about, I'm guessing, about 40 minutes. Hopefully we don't spend 40 minutes in the hole, but there you go. I think we'll probably do 3 to 5 loop-d's at the most.
Do you want me to do right or left?
Right turn, please.
Right.
Everybody please stand by. I will get back to everybody as soon as I can. Eurowings 2 Alpha Papa, descend level 110.
I'm not checking my inbox, my email inbox for a shipping notification. I'm not looking at that at all. Not looking at that at all.
Eurowings Air France 3, correction. Air France 348, descend
Sadly, it's not there.
180.
There's Ulpib.
Air France 348, continue descent flight level 170.
I know you bet we're not looking for the email about, hey, we're shipping your throttles. I'm really looking forward to those. That's going to be fun. I hope the desk clamp works really good. That's going to be nice to have.
I say again, left turn, direct Nexo, rejoin arrival, speed 25.
Hey, Toa, welcome aboard. This is the Phoenix A319. The Phoenix A319. I know, Landy. I know that's the way it works. That's the way it works, but I look at it all the time, Landy. That's right, I was so excited when we got our $260 bill. And again, that was super nice of you.
441, turn right heading 075.
Right turn 075 for Berlin 441. Okay. Well, we just got a turn on our way, but I was about to say thank you again, T-Bird. That was super nice of you.
I'm coming in 1 minute.
So we're getting vectored before we go into the hold.
Stand by. Skydiver 201 Bravo, turn left heading 360.
We're being vectored and before the hold.
Skydiver 1678 calling.
Yes, we are flight level 202.
Alright, enter the hold over all PIP as published, please. Free speed.
Hold published.
Free speed.
Swift 178, descent flight level 190, expedite rate of descent.
Expedite descent flight level 190, Swift 178.
Italy 1742.
But
you
Landy
identified,
is absolutely right. The watched pot
turn-
never boils.
What do I do with you? Turn left, please, to a heading of 345.
Left heading to 345.
Which means I should stop
I am
looking.
here to see the fuel button.
But you know I'm going to look again anyway in a little bit.
Just to go for a scan Bravo, direct November Echo Kilo Sierra Oscar.
Who's asking? Affirm, 27 Bravo.
Who's
direct
asking?
Nexo, November Echo Kilo Sierra Oscar and rejoin arrival.
Roger, General, direct Nexus.
Scavet, Lufthansa 3 by Papa Lima. Yeah, you are in the holding and I will descend to later on.
Roger.
Italy 1742, contact Copenhagen. Actually, you can disregard that. You can stay with me for the time being.
We're good at disregarding.
Italy 1742, turn further left, heading 210.
Left heading 210.
Oh, if I didn't say thanks, Bad Noob.
7201
This
Bravo,
is the
contact
Phoenix
approach, 118,
A319.
118,
A very, very good airplane.
Scavet 1678, confirm you're established in the holding.
Yeah, we are.
3.7, we're still great on fuel for another
very much
half
for that.
hour.
Aircraft 348, descent flight number 130. Swift Air 178, descent level 160.
You can also look at the fuel prediction page for that
German Navy 01,
3.72.
descent flight number 220.
Sunflower 220, German Navy 01.
Airplane 441, turn left, heading 360.
Left turn 360, Berlin 441.
That is correct, descent flight number 90.
Descending now, flight level 90, Air Berlin 441.
Airwing 31 Alpha Papa, holding cancel, turn right, heading 120.
I wonder if we're going to blow off the hold now. I'm wondering 360, we're probably going to get a direct to Nexo.
137, hello, enter the hold over Altip as published. You have
Heavy
maintained
weather.
flight
The
number 230.
price of a couple of cups of coffee is the only thing Robert Rendazzo has said about that right now. My guess is anywhere from $15 to $25 for the upgrade fee. I assume that Robert Rendazzo only drinks stylish coffee, so we're thinking about a $14 cup of coffee. Because if it's Folgers, that's what, $4, so $8. I think it's going to be a bit more.
Airplane 441, direct Nexo, speed 250 knots.
Direct to Nexo at 250 knots now for Berlin 441.
Airwing 7 Alpha Papa, descent level 90.
Direct to Nexo, we blew off the old Pib hold. And heavy weather, we think it's sometime after 1700 Zulu on Thursday for the 737 from PMDG.
Then left heading 300 with the 320. Thank you.
Italy 1742, turn left heading 100.
Endemic, you know, they have been known to do things like that, Endemic.
Airwing 31 Alpha
They've
Papa,
been known
turn
to
left
do
heading,
things like that,
360.
so maybe that's how much coffee costs at PMDG, $7.37.
Airplane 441, contact approach 118455.
118455 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Runway 2 to left, QNH is 1014.
Landy says 1737 or 1999. I think like $15 to $25, somewhere in there.
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee, reduce speed 220 knots. Time 4422, what is your current indicated altitude?
Oh, I'm sure that it would be a fancy cup of coffee, you know.
Gotcha.
Copenhagen, good evening. Berlin 441, direct Nexo at 9,000 feet.
Good evening, Evelyn 441, Copenhagen, radar contact. Turn left heading 330 degrees, expect vectors wireless runway 2 to left.
Left turn now, 330 degrees, expecting vectors 422 left, Berlin 441. Irvi says it would be Starbucks in the US or Costa in the UK. UK
Giant 4422,
or
turn
maybe
left,
EU.
turning
I
340
forget.
degrees.
Costa is a UK coffee company, right?
Skyline 201 Bravo, reduce speed 220 knots.
Andre had a perfect parking.
Evelyn 441, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
1014 on the altimeter, descending now 4,000 feet, Berlin 441. There we go. Coffee break for Andre. Happy coffee time. So that would be about 4 to 5 euros.
Viewing 31 Alpha Papa, approach hello, radar contact. Turn left heading 330 degrees, vector wireless, runway 2 to left.
Left heading 330, vectors 2 to left, wings 31 Alpha Papa.
Lima Bravo Charlie, fly heading 250 degrees, speed 220 knots.
Right heading 250, speed 220 knots. Lima Yankee Mike Bravo Charlie.
Skyline 201
Well,
Bravo,
that
turn
would
right
be,
heading
you know,
070 degrees.
a double shot of espresso with sprinkles, soy milk, ginger with pumpkin spice latte, you know,
Southwest 14 Kilo Yankee,
spices.
contact final 120205.
120205.
Hi Nyla, welcome in.
Black Sea 819 of the passing 3000. Black Sea 819 Copenhagen approach.
That's right, it is discounted if you have the 737 in Flight Sim 2020.
Evelyn 441, turn right heading 080 degrees.
Right turn now 080 degrees for Berlin 441.
Giant 4422, turn right heading 015.
Right 015, turn 442.
4422, reduce
Nyla
speed
is not a fan of soy milk. I was just trying to come up with things that, you know, would increase the price of your coffee. Hey, if you don't like soy milk, you could get it with almond milk.
Giant 4422, contact now final with calls on only 120.205.
120.205, Giant 4422.
Yep. Castle Patrol, wings 9246, very good evening. Information, Charlie.
I think that if your coffee, if you have to take 2 breaths to you know, speak your coffee order, it's too long.
340 degrees.
Expect 2 left, heading 340, confirm your wings 9246.
Correct. Skyline 201 Bravo, flight avec Charlie Hotel 625, rejoin arrival. Second, please, Bravo. Flight avec Charlie Hotel 625, rejoin the arrival. Charlie Hotel 625.
We'll probably get one of those.
Evelyn 441, turn right heading 0905.
Right turn 0905 for Berlin 441.
Wings 31
Little
Alpha,
15-degree
right
turn over there.
0 degrees,
Frankie Stat has been tossing out the price at $20. I think it's that. I don't think it's going to be more than that. Realistically, I think Frank, that's a good call.
Lima Bravo Charlie, turn right heading 300 degrees.
Right heading 300, Lima Bravo Charlie.
Skyline 201 Bravo, contact final with calls on only 120.205. 120.205, Bravo,
We're getting in close. How about seatbelts? Sunjammer wants to know if there is an Amanda
Berlin 441,
hug and
speed
kiss.
220 knots.
220 knots now for Berlin 441.
Wings 31 Alpha Papa, reduce speed 220
If you don't already have the 737-200, but you want it for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, you'll be buying a new airplane. And in that case, they put a lot of work into this. My guess is it's going to be a full type of it's going to be a full
441, turn left heading 310 degrees.
left turn 310 degrees for Berlin 441.
Copenhagen approach, Ryanair 10
Man, they're S-turning us all over this thing. Yesterday, Nyla was in a Discord call with friends. You were stunned when you saw ads on YouTube.
Lima Bravo Charlie, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 625.
Really? Well, I bought for my YouTube. I bought my YouTube. I bought ad free, and that's why I don't have it. Some people don't have that though. Bengals, I had an internet failure yesterday. I had an internet failure, so I wasn't online. No internet at Spy HQ all day long.
Berlin 441, turn further left, turning 290.
Further left 290 for Berlin 441.
Lima Bravo Charlie, are you turning now? Please direct Charlie Hotel 625.
Wilco, Lima Bravo Charlie.
Yeah, something about those internet hamsters. They weren't spinning the wheels, so it happens every now and then. You know, I have rural internet here. It's not going to be great. Part of the reason why it is that I'm also, hopefully the first part of next year, I'm going to look at moving again. I look at moving every year. If I can make that work, that'll be great.
Make a left turn or taking a left turn.
Go to a bigger city that's going to have better quality internet. I don't know. There's probably some idiot in a truck slid into a power pole. Look, got four-wheel drive. I can get going in the snow. Yeah, it's stopping that most of these people can't handle. So their solid object meets another solid object.
Lima Bravo Charlie, descent 4000.
Descent 4000, Lima Bravo Charlie. Approach beginning Swift 178, 136, 790, speed 2500.
Swift 178, approach, hello, radar contact. Expect vectors fire list 2 left, fly heading 040 degrees.
Heading 040.
Kind of zipping around here by the big bridge.
Lima Bravo Charlie, contact final with calls on only.
That's right. It gets you going. It does not help you stop, does it?
20,
the big bridge. Nyla, you don't have ads on YouTube? Oh.
Zeroing 31 Alpha Papa, turn left heading 285.
Left 285, wing 31 Alpha Papa.
Final 73 Kilo Mike, contacts Sweden frequency 134.980 on the line.
Next flight is Detroit to Toronto in the snow.
From 348,
Detroit to Toronto, Detroit to Toronto in the snow.
Call you back at Berlin 441, turn right heading 050.
Right turn 050, Berlin 441.
From 348.
Holy moly, we're just zigzagging over the course here.
Reduce speed 220 knots.
Just zigzagging back and forth. But we are getting a little bit closer to the airport. In fact, there it is.
Berlin 441, flight direct Charlie Hotel 625, rejoin arrival.
Charlie Hotel 625, rejoining the arrival, Berlin 441. Woohoo! Bengals, absolutely. That was my first career choice a long time ago. That was what I wanted to do. But I'm nearsighted, and back then, just even being a little nearsighted, pretty much enough to make you were not going to get a job. Because there was a glut of pilots. They had more than they needed.
Berlin 441, contact final with calls on only 120.205. Goodbye.
120.205 with call sign for Berlin 441. Have a good week.
Thanks, and you too.
120.205 with call over there. That looks good.
Make a left turn now, heading 360, speed 180.
Now today you could be like 3 times as nearsighted as I am and get a job.
Yankee Mike Bravo Charlie.
Because there's a pilot shortage. Back when I was trying, there were too many people that wanted to be pilots.
Emirates 65 uniform, turn right heading 080, speed 180. Postman 3164, contact tower departure 119355.
119355, Postman 3164, thanks, good, thanks.
Giant 4422, contact tower arrival 118105.
1442, we are on the go and we are avoiding the traffic to our right because the event in front of us at least than 1 mile.
Copy, try to maintain 4,000 feet, contact approach east 118.
Landy says there is no shortage in 2025.
Right heading 190, clear left 22 left.
Nyla, silly suggestion.
Lima Bravo Charlie, can you repeat again? Heading 340. Lima Yankee Mike Bravo
Well, there
Charlie,
are so many airlines are laying off and getting rid of people.
340 Lima Bravo Charlie. Aberdeen 441, hello to you, descent to 3,000 feet, speed 200.
Speed 200, Berlin 441, descending now 3,000 feet. Good evening.
And Lima Bravo Charlie, turn further left heading 310. Left heading 310.
PMDG is very, very good. Hey, Ada.
Hello to you, radar contact, 2,000
I
feet,
think that
vectors for runway
the
22 right.
iFly 737 MAX is a good airplane too. But I think one of the most solid airplanes that you can get for any of their airplanes in Flight Sim is PMDG, and they're very, very good. Okay, posture check. It's almost time to land.
Left heading 250, clear to west, keep the left, Lima Bravo Charlie. Berlin 441, turn left heading 350, speed 180.
350 left turn, and now 180 on the speed for Berlin 441.
KLM 07 Delta, speed 200.
We're coming in hot.
7 Juliet, descent to 2,000 feet, speed 200, vectors for 22
Cabin call.
right.
Bengals, yes, our next flight today is Detroit to Toronto in the snow.
Yeah, descent to 2,000 feet, speed 200.
Activate landing system, get all the help we can get.
Your wing 31 Alpha Papa. Your wing 31 Alpha Papa, hello to you, descent to 3,000 feet, speed 200. 3,000 speed 200, your wing 31 Alpha Papa. KLM 07 Delta, turn right heading 060. Scandinavian 201 Bravo, contact tower 118.
Andre, it's always fun coming into Copenhagen.
Emirates 65 uniform, speed 180 until 6, 160 knots until 4. KLM 07 Delta, speed 180. Airplane 441, make a left turn now, heading 250, clear ILS 22 left.
Left turn is 250, clear now for the ILS 22 left, Berlin 441.
Your wing 31 Alpha Papa, after Adobe, maintain present heading. After Adobe, maintain
Cleared for the ILS. I'm going to arm the
Emirates
approach.
65 uniform, contact tower 118, 105. Finnair 27 Juliet, speed 180. Speed 180.
They usually have
KLM 07 Delta, turn right heading 190, clear ILS 22 left.
towers here, and they do. Heavy weather here in Italy, the home of espresso. It is. The price in a cafe is €2. If you add spices or cream, it's €3. You may spend more on some blends, but not €8 for one coffee. Okay, I'm moving to Italy. That's a good price.
Heading 360, speed speed 180.
Speed 180 left, 360, 31 Alpha Papa.
Air Berlin 441, speed 16 negative, speed 180 knots until 6, then reduce to 160 knots until 4.
180 knots till 6, then we reduce to 160 knots at 4 miles for Berlin 441.
KLM 07 Delta, the same for you, speed 180 until 6, 160 knots until 4.
We're 12. Let's get the wheels down.
Until 6, 160 until 4.
Gear going down.
Finnair 27 Juliet.
Lights
right
are all
heading
good.
130.
Cabin is secure.
Right,
Auto brake, speed brakes.
Lima
180 till 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Tower 118, 105, Lima Yankee, Mike Bravo Charlie. Thank you, bye-bye.
After final, we are wings 9246.
Your wings 9246, hello to you, descend 3000, speed 200.
Looking good.
1000. Maintain, but speed 200. We are wings 9246.
Air France 348, hello to you, descend 3000, speed 200.
There's 10 miles. We go to
Your wings
160
31 for Papa,
at
and left heading
8
250, clear
or
left to left.
6.
Left heading 250, clear the left, 2 left, 31 Alpha Papa. Final Ascot 2480.
And Ascot 2480, hello to you, descend 3000, speed 200. Finnair 27 Juliet, turn right heading 190, clear ILS 22 right.
190,
I generally try and get Bravo
Your
5.
wings 2.
Mr. Gray Got Game is in chat.
Now heading 360.
So 2 euros is about $2.35 in the US. That's unheard of as a price for anything other than a McDonald's coffee. And down we go.
KLM 07 Delta, speed 180 until 6, 160 knots until 4.
180 until 6, 160 until 4.
KLM 07 Delta, just for information, you will have an Airbus from Finnair. He is on the ILS runway 22 right. There will be a parallel landing. Your wings 9246, mega left turn
6
3
miles. And airspeed now down to 160 knots until 4 miles. Flaps 3. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes, cabin secure. All is right with the world.
118105, good evening.
118105. Good evening from Berlin 441. Ground 121905. Cat Strip Tower, good evening. Air Berlin 441 is 4 miles from runway 22 left. Good evening.
Berlin 441, Cat Tower, good evening. Continue approach from runway 22 left to number 2. The wind is 1 and 0 degrees 9 knots.
Number 2 for the runway. Continue for Berlin 441. 4 miles out. Flaps are good. We're all set to land. Okay, wind straight down the runway. Usually it's going to shift a little bit from the left to the right as we get closer to the runway. Speed's great. Now what I'm doing is I'm looking for lights up ahead on the runway. We're number 2 and I'm looking to see if I can see the airplane.
Good evening, Postman 3164 on the double.
And I don't see them.
Postman 3164, Cat Tower, hello, taxi, correction, enter runway 10, show.
I do have it. It's just I'm not setting up all the things that I set up for it. I'm actually able to tune the radios pretty easily.
Hello, continue approach from runway 22 left, your number 3, 119 degrees 9 knots.
Oh, autopilot's off. I got the lights of the airplane. They're off the runway.
Berlin 441, runway 22 left, catch land.
22 left, clear land, Berlin 441.
300.
Emirates 6574, contact April 1 spawn, this 19 after all price.
200. Minimum.
Landing.
3164, taxi via runway 12, hold short, runway 22 left.
Taxi runway 12, hold short 22 left, close to 316.
Our Charlie, taxi via Bravo, enter runway 12, hold short, runway 22 left.
Reverse. Well, you keep in mind their corporate headquarters is also, the company headquarters for PMDG is in Vegas. So it's probably Vegas coffee. And you know that's probably got to be super expensive, right? That's got to be really expensive coffee.
Continue runway 22 left to win this 1979. KM 777 Delta, runway 22 left, catch land.
Made our taxiway. Sim pilot nerves of steel, I say.
Hold short runway 22 left, say again, Lima Bravo Charlie.
Bravo Charlie, I'll say for the third time, taxi via Bravo, enter runway 12, hold short runway 22 left.
Taxi by Bravo, enter runway 12, hold short 22 left, Lima Bravo Charlie.
Berlin 441, taxi via Bravo, enter runway 30, hold short of Delta.
Bravo to runway 30, hold short of Delta for Berlin 441.
Unit 31 Alpha Papa, runway 22 left, catch land.
22 left, cancel
Minus 172, our G's was 1.08. That's not a bad landing. I did readjust my side stick, and because I readjusted my side stick, I think that really helped. It was way too stiff. Bravo and Delta, there's the runway.
246, catch tower, so continue course runway 22 left to win this 1978 9 knots.
Well, my guess is a Happy Meal's what, 15 bucks in a place like Vegas? That's Delta, hold short here.
441, contact tower, on my line, this 355.
119er 355 now for Berlin 441. Thank you.
Bye. I've got 2480 catch tower.
On 18455, thank you for ATC, bye bye Hungary 881.
Scanner 1430 behind the departing Hungarian A321, line up away runway 2 to right behind.
Runway 2 to right behind, Hungarian A142.
Kestrip Tower, hi there. Air Berlin 441 is holding short of Delta on runway 30.
Berlin 441, Kestrip Tower, hello to you too. Continue via runway 30, Kilo 3, hold short Zulu.
Continue on runway 30. We will hold short of Zulu for Berlin 441. And I believe that probably we were supposed to get Kilo 3. I think I forgot that part. Let's see. Starbucks here in London, a large cappuccino, breakfast bun, and a French pastry is £18. Wow. I figured it'd be more like £25. I kind of thought it would have been like that in London, just because you're getting it in London.
Air Baltic 3, Echo Lima, after the Air Berlin A319 passing from left to right, continue taxi via Alpha to 1.Alpha 1, cross runway 30.
If you're wondering, look at our arrival path coming in. That was our arrival path coming in today. All over the sky. Okay, we're going to Kilo 3. There's Kilo 3. Hold short of Zulu.
Contact approach 119, decimal 8, correction 118, decimal 455, with 19 30 degrees, 9 and 2 to active takeoff.
111, 455,
Canuden, you wait a minute. You pay attention.
And Berlin 441, contact April 121, decimal 630.
121.630 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Yes, sir.
One 21630. Catster paper and good evening. Berlin 441's on Kilo 3, holding short of Zulu.
Berlin 441, Catster paper and very good evening. I hope you brought lots of chocolate hearts. Taxi to stand Alpha 17 via Lima and Yankee.
Always plenty of Air Berlin chocolate hearts aboard an Air Berlin jet. We are going to stand Alpha 17 between via Lima and Yankee, Berlin 441. Lima and Alpha 17. Oh, I see how we're going. Okay.
410, departure tower 119.355.
Let's see. One of the things, though, is the portion sizes would be ridiculously low.
No.
Hi, Pastor Taco. If you got that every day, you would gain weight. Some of those, like coffee drinks that you get from the, what I call the designer coffee shops, they've got lots of fat and you know, calories and stuff in them. They really can load you down. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd gain some weight.
412 information Charlie correct, cleared Stockholm Arlanda via the Max 5 Charlie departure, squawk 3444.
Torsten, it was great ATC today. This has been a really good event. But again, this is one of those things that you want to get good at. You want to get good at events like these. This is how you level up your skills on VATSIM.
Bravo, Yankee, hold short, Lima, 31.
Parking brakes. And we're waiting for the APU to come up. But Torsten, it was really, this was a fun event. Okay, APU bleed is good. Engine number 1 off. Engine number 2 off. We are going to stop squawking, and that's good too. While the engines spool down, we can do fuel pumps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're done with the ADIRs. We're done with cruise supply, beacon, seat belts. Come on down here, deboard the plane. I went and checked the little box in the Phoenix, though, to have it go out and automatically get a jetway. But you'll need to go and get a few other things. And we made it. Nobody was hurt. And if I might do a little bit of unsportsmanlike celebration here, along with all of our twists and turns, we did get a 172 for our landing rate. So, you know, let some insufferable unsportsmanlike celebration commence on that. Definitely feeling a little bit better about landing rates. And again, I just made my controls a little bit too stiff. I think that's what it was all about there. Torsten, you landed 5 minutes before. It was really nice. And it's always fun to be in the little Air Berlin. And, you know, just a couple little chocolate hearts makes the day a little bit nicer. And Aalborg has a free update from the marketplace. It wasn't Aalborg. It was another one of those airports, but we ought to go back to Aalborg now that that's happened. Those kinds of chocolate hearts. It's also probably made with better ingredients than London in the US, so there would be less weight gain. Really? That's probably true, Mr. Gray. Here, most of the ingredients are going to be, you know, a bit on the, what's the polite word, heavy side. So let's go ahead. We're done with SimApp Pro. We're not going to need an autopilot or a McDo on this. Our next flight is in the CRJ 900. And they still got a lot. Look at all the airplanes holding. They got a bunch of airplanes holding to the west and the north. So, wow. That was a good event. But seriously, really, really good ATC here. This should be pretty low-key. Now, I always say that, and of course, it's dogs and cats living together by the time we get there, but still. Detroit to Toronto, no ATC. If you're new, this is a perfect time to hop in and fly with us on this. Andre's got 2,665 hours on VATSIM. That's pretty good. Pastor Taco, no questions are stupid here. All questions are good here, okay? But my answers might be stupid. The PMDG 7.3 and 7.7 you bought from Microsoft, you have to purchase them. For the 777, that was a free upgrade. For the 737s, that's going to be a paid upgrade, but it's going to be like, we're thinking $15 to $25, something like that. Low-key. Actually, the CRJ can be a little bit low-key. I mean, it can be sometimes. Let's do a flight plan. New flight. This will be a jazz flight. So JZA, flight 441. Departing out of Detroit Metro, KDTW, CYYZ, Toronto, Pearson. We are going to be to CRJ, and they fly a 900. So a CRJ 900. There we go. And we want Air Canada Jazz. Departing off of 21 right, landing on 24 left. Landing on 24 left. 21 right, not sure. So Air Canada would be departing out of gate Delta 24. So Delta 24 is up here. And then we would be departing on 21 right. There's 22 left. 22 left is probably a good runway for us because we're going north. So I think 22 left is the better choice for the runway. So 22 left for the departure runway. Not a lot of ATC, so how about we board 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel or something like that and generate the flight. Guava Lagoon, I use FlightAware. Now, you're not going to find departure gates for all of your flights, okay? I mean, there's some countries that departure gate information is largely viewed as security information, so it's not going to be available. But some countries it will be available, and that's where I will get that. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Oh, we get to sign in. Usually you get to sign in on a Monday. Okay, this is going to be flight level 310. That sounds reasonable for a 44-minute flight. And we're filed. No chickening out allowed now. Okay, and we're going to be up here. They're departing from gate Delta 24 for this flight. T-Bird putting in the silly little guy that's always smiling Pokey Pikachu, but hey, any emote that gives us a smile these days is always so nice. Sam says, yeah, I would imagine LL isn't going to put that information out. Landy says if you use Flight Radar 24, chances are you would see, if you use Flight Radar 24, you'll see the whole flight path. Okay, you're going to need a PDF of the flight plan for this. So DTW to YYC. And now we just chill. Let's see. Parking brakes, starters. And I've been running my CRJs with the throttles in Airbus mode now. Mr. Gray, I left Microsoft Flight Simulator for a pretty long time and I'm getting back into Flight Sim. How much hasn't changed or has been added yet in career mode? So, Mr. Gray, you like doing the career mode? I haven't done an awful lot of that. Mostly because I'm live streaming and the world's our playground, so we're hopping all over the place. I don't know much about that. So I always thought that was, you know, kind of a nice thing for people, but no clue. Volanta says, yeah, Volanta can't update until... So Volanta can't update until I get the plane at the gate. So actually, I've got Volanta off, and so it should pop off too. But yeah, I'll remember. I'll try to remember. I mostly will remember. Yeah, I might completely forget. I should update the title. We could do that. All right, so it is KTTW. All right, let's see if I can make this work. Hang on. I have been known to make it work on occasion. That should be a nice title. I can also put my flight plan out if you're on, if you want to see all the numbers. And that should take care of the numbers. Okay, that looks good. We could also clean up the flight, the flight notes. We could do that right now. So let's see. We don't need. There was our taxi. There was our taxi instructions coming in. So it's going to be departing from gate Delta 24. And our arrival gate is Foxtrot 88. So we're not going to be going direct to Geska anymore. We don't have that squawk code. We don't have those frequencies or that climb and maintain. Now we come over here and then bump this up one line so we know that we're doing Detroit to Toronto. We don't need these numbers anymore. That's where I had the next flight data. So that all looks good. And now all of our data is ready for the flight. And I just use that as fast reference information. T-Bird says, get ready for Santa stuff coming up. Yeah, T-Bird, I actually got a holiday tree put up. I got the tree put up this year. I figured I had time to do that yesterday while the internet was out. It's actually over there, so it's not. It doesn't have its own. It doesn't have its own camera shot. Blackwell Ninja. Yeah, I imagine it is low priority. Well, it's actually, you know, the developer, though, is Asobo. Microsoft just is a supervisor and a distributor, right? Just what the world needs, more supervisors. So Aalborg is a free update. We'll go and get that some other day. All right, we need a CRJ. And we're going to do a CRJ 900. There is our CRJ 9. And we'll configure it. Sobo does the work. Microsoft gets the money. I mean the fame. Corsair Slayer. That was a little slip. Ooh, we've got 2 CTDs in a row for Microsoft Flight Simulator. What's going on? Wow. Well, this is the first time I've taken the CRJ out since Sim Update 4. Maybe it's not ready. I don't know. We live in a time right now where these big companies are just raking in gazillions of dollars and canceling stuff and laying people off and everything else. Is it Nvidia driver? I have not updated my Nvidia drivers in quite a while, Exponent. And I don't have a notification that Nvidia wants to update. That was weird. I wonder if the CRJ is not ready for Sim Update 4. Andre's having flight sim nightmares. I actually don't have any flight sim nightmares. The nightmares that I still have is I've run out of music to play, back because I used to work on the radio. So I don't have any more music, and I'm scrambling around trying to find the next music to play. Or at the TV, my forecast isn't ready and it's time to go. Those are the things when I have nightmares about my past job. I don't have them about flight sim. I guess it's too much fun here. Exponent, we had a couple with Sim Update 3. This was really weird. I don't know. I know that we've had a couple of little updates lately. It could be the airport. Well, we hadn't selected the airport yet, Sam. Unless it was the old one. I did try and get everything updated and went through the startup procedure on the FA-18 Hornet and DCS World. Cranked my scenery settings all the way down to low and still got a slideshow for takeoff, which was too bad. I also need to go and I need to work on the next, for later on this week, I need to add the second handheld camera that I have so that we can, as soon as the throttles show up, we'll have a secondary camera on the new throttles. So I've actually got them out of the box. They're just the little basic internet cameras. So these work really, really well if you're going to, put something on, get a separate camera. So I dusted these off and have it all ready to go. I've got a little baby tripod that it could sit on. So I've got this all set up. So we'll try and as soon as the new, the WinWing stuff shows up, we're all set with a camera to be able to see that a little more. I just have to plug it in and set up the sources in OBS Studio again. It could be. I don't know, Sam. I haven't heard about anybody complaining about the CRJ since Sim Update 4. This is my first time with the CRJ out since Sim Update, and I don't think I saw any updates on... I think I update those now through Contrail, and I didn't see any updates for that airplane. Mr. Gray, we're excitedly waiting for the Windwing Airbus throttle and flap lever and speed brake lever and brake lever. UnB135, welcome aboard on YouTube. Thanks for coming up. We are just loading in, getting ready for flight number 2, Detroit to Toronto. And we just had a CTD because we don't know why. Loading world data. Still above freezing tonight, which is very nice for right now. Roads are starting to dry out, but they're a bit slushy at the moment. Do I have Thrustmaster? Yeah, right now I'm using the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack. So it's a little bit smaller than the Windwing stuff. It's still okay. It works good. Favorite plane in the sim? I just flew it. It's the Phoenix A319. It's a great little cockpit. It's a sporty little jet we can get almost everywhere. I did get the desk clamp and the rail system. And I ordered today. There's a little thing that you can get over on Amazon, and I ordered it today, and it'll probably be here soon. It's some additional hardware, and it's this stuff right here, and this is something that you can use to mount your McDo on the side of the desk mount. So I did order these. Somebody put this into chat actually a couple of weeks ago. I put the link in there if you want to check it out. But this has extra hardware for being able to go and put stuff off to the side. And I don't know that there's anything that actually shows it right now, but if we go over into the store, so we'll come down to airline controls and bases. No, it needs to be accessories, I think. So yeah, so what I've gone and done is I've ordered this thing. This desk mount. Polyot said that the desk mount's actually really pretty cool. So the desk mount I pre-ordered, and what we'll do is your throttles sit on this and it clamps to the side of your desk. But the extra little hardware, that will then off to the side. So over on this side, you could also mount your McDo, which is going to put it essentially where it would be. Essentially where it would be in the real airplane. And then what I'll do is I've also got the new the landing gear lever. I've got that one on pre-order. So let's see, throttle, rudder, base. Not sure which category that would be in. And so that would fit also on the desk clamp too. So that would be there. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not the grip. Yeah, I don't know where that would be in the Windwing store. But anyhow, that's what the plan is, and I'll try and get some video put together and stuff when it arrives and see how it works. Jamal Khan, welcome aboard. I'm not... Well, first of all, my system is one of those systems that's not strong enough. It's not powerful enough for Windows 11, which despite everything that I have heard about Windows 11, I'm kind of happy that I'm still on 10. I think I'm happy that it's still on 10. Yeah, the cockpit's going pretty good at the moment. All right, let's see if we can get our Air Canada livery. Air Canada Jazz. It would have been the airline panel. Yeah. Thrustmaster is Diamond Mike's favorite. You've also got their rudder pedals. Jamal, you've got 2002 and 2004. And save and go back. And let's go to KDTW now. And DTW. We're looking for... it's going to be gate Delta 24. Nobody is there. Delta 24 is up here. And start. Jamal still likes trains and planes. Yeah, one of the things I was also going to do is I've got a couple of the train sim worlds up on Steam that I haven't loaded in quite a while. The thing about trains is, I mean, trains aren't just point and click and it goes. You got to be ready to do trains. You got to know how to operate the trains too. Hi, Modding Unlimited. Beer cheers. Welcome in. We're getting ready to go on a CRJ flight. The A350. Oh, we got to do an A350 flight at some point. We need to do an A350 flight because that got recently updated by AnyBuilds 2. I've gotten it updated. I haven't updated the WASM files, so it takes almost 20 minutes to do that. So I'll do that after I'll load it in for the first time, which takes a long time, and we can put that on for a flight for Thursday. But actually, Thursday, we're probably going to be in the 737 NG from PMDG. I'm not opening up a new browser tab. I'm not clicking the Gmail box. I'm not looking to see if they've shipped it yet. Not doing it. Damn, they haven't shipped it yet. Kind of bringing a little bit of the excitement of the holidays right now. Making a little of the excitement of the holidays here. And here we are. I got the email to pay for it. I haven't gotten the email that says they've shipped it yet, Lucidity. So that's what we're waiting for at the moment. I'm in eastern Montana, where we've got snow on the ground and it's chilly. Let's see. Andre's having trouble managing. Yeah, we were going to try and do an ATR flight yesterday. I was having trouble getting my ATR working. So my ATR's been a bit of a problem lately. Good evening, Nifty Gaiman. Yeah, it's good news. We're a step closer to those cool new throttles and stuff. The ATR, it's a different airplane. It's a different airplane. Atlas Systems says it's windy over in Seattle today. I'm just kind of letting the sim breathe for a second here before we hop in the cockpit. It's always a good idea to do that. And let's see if VATSIM will let us sign on. Come over to aircraft, go to cold and dark, get a ground power cart, open up the doors, drop the stairway, and call a jetway. There we go. We are going to be JZA Flight 441, and it's a CRJ Model 9. 80 degrees in Phoenix, where Sam is today. Lucidity, I've got the landing gear lever on pre-order too. And you've got the McDo. So yeah, I know waiting for these things is just really hard, isn't it? Okay, we do need a couple little bits of information here. We are in the US, so CTAF, KDTW, Detroit. So the Detroit CTAF is 135.0. Auto ATC gave me a squawk code. So we got a squawk code. All right, that looks good. Let's also see if Volanta will work. Nordic, Salamni Gaming, welcome aboard. We got a Scandi flight joining us today. Nordic, welcome in. Nifty Gaming, so far so good. And there is our Volanta, and it even has identified our airplane. Add a flight and import. There's our first route. And then I need to come up here to the top, and I need to refresh the Volanta overlay, and that should take care of it. Now we get to do airplane things. So nice sunset flight. It has cleared up here in the Detroit area, but we're expecting snow in Toronto. So let's come over to flight plan and import. That looks correct. Let's do some fast. Now let's do other things first. Aircraft. All the doors are open. Let's turn it on. This airplane has great startup sounds. This is one of the airplanes I do have the Boris sound pack on, so it sounds pretty good. We'll turn it up. Battery. And it comes to life. So we've got no smoking on. Emergency exit lights are armed. We need to do recirculating fans on. And we could also do open the flap. We probably would use the APU for air conditioning and heating. Probably not the warmest of days today. Charts. Origin. KDTW. Detroit. Destination. CYYZ. And let's grab them. So for the airport, we need parking north ramp. There's the north ramp. And that's really all I think we need for this one, but it's good to get the airport chart too. And so we're up here and we're expecting 22 left for our departure. Viewing the flight plan is not the easiest in this sim, so I keep the PDF flight plan ready to go. Wizard's Castle, they're working on one. Majestic is working on a dash, but it's not happening anytime soon, is it? The best I think that we have for that right now is probably the ATR in-flight sim. But again, don't hold your breath on that. Majestic's got a lot of different things to do. Let's see. Was that my bell? I may need to look outside the door real fast. The departure is the Zeter 4 departure. Here comes Zeter 4. Initial climb clearance is going to be 17,000 feet. So there's our initial climb clearance. Let's turn the night charts on. They're a little cooler and easier on the eyes. So out we go, chug all the way around here. So that looks good. Martin, welcome aboard. I am the 90, the gamer. Welcome. Flights have been pretty good today. PMDG on Thursday. PMDG on Thursday. I think we're all planning on that as soon as it comes out. YYZ, it's going to be the number 6 arrival, but here's the catch. So coming into Toronto, there's going to be 2 versions of the arrival, and you have to make sure you get the right number 6 arrival. So the right arrival is not there. Okay, I can't find it. Beats. Ilkin. Klepta. You know why I can't find it? I'm looking at SIDS. This isn't a star, it's an arrival. Jeez. Some people's pilots. Okay, there it is, number 6. But make sure you get the one for the right runway. We're coming in on runway 24 left. So there's the correct number 6 arrival. To be sure you get that one. I was looking at SIDS voyaging. Yep, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, right now they are landing on runway 24 left. So 24 left. They're also landing on runway 23. So I'm going to grab that chart in case ATC pops on and flips us to the other runway. Then we need to do airport ground. And we need parking areas. And we're going to gate Fox F88. I think since it's a commuter, it's like over here. I think it's over in this area is where they would park these. There's hotel. I think it's over there. We can also look at the other chart in a bit. Now go to pinned and you can see everything lines up. This is actually a fairly nice little app for charts. The NG, that's right. We think sometime after 1700 Zulu on Thursday, right? Redbeard flies. So Thursday is the magic day. All right, let's come on down here. Initialize position. We are at KDTW, Detroit Metro. We are at gate Foxtrot, Delta 24. D24 does not know that gate, so go to page 2, snag a GPS position, go to page 1 and put that in the boxes. Come down here and go to nav and nav. While we're down here, let's turn up integrated lighting. And I'm going to do just one click of floodlighting on this. Let's also take care of that over here in case it gets dark. Yesterday on Reddit, Lucidity saw the beta version leaked. Oh, really? I honestly, I mean, if I heard that somebody leaked a product or something like that out, I wouldn't want anything to do with it until it's official. Why would I want to be banned from a PMDG airplane? Yeah, Landy, seriously, that was bad. You just don't pirate stuff. There's no reason to do it. Yes, I know not everybody can afford every airplane. I can't afford every airplane. But still. Hi, Aviation Ryan. Yeah, Aviation Ryan. After we get into Toronto, we're either going to continue on to Halifax or do another flight down into Halifax for Moncton Monday. So, KDTW, Detroit. We're going to CYYZ. Our alternate is CYTR. Our flight is JZA, Jazz, flight 441. Our first waypoint is Tanko, T-A-N-K-O. T-A-N-K-O, Tanko. After Tanko, we're direct to APDAX, A-P-D-A-X. APDAX. And that's it. That's our flight plan. It's really kind of short like this. Paul, welcome in. Good evening from the UK. It looked like things were a little on the soggy side in central and southern UK today. Okay, there's our flight plan. Let's do departure and arrival. I just checked, no ATC, so our plan is still a good plan. So departing runway 22 left. And it's going to be the Zetter departure, Zetter 4, and we exit at Tanko. And execute. Let's come up here, and APU is started. So that's the airplane's comfortable for the passengers. 24 left is our expected arrival runway. 24 left. It's the number 6 arrival via APDAX and etc. I believe. Let's check just to make sure. So after number 6, it's Dunnell. And then on 24 left, yeah, let's get that. That's going to give us an extended center line, and that'll be nice. Execute. And that looks great. Always is a little soggy. Not every day. I think, there's 5 days a year you get sunshine. Okay, flight plan. There is one discontinuity, and that's expected because there's vectors. Performance in it. Our cruise altitude for this flight is going to be 31,000 feet. And if we go to the alternate, that's 15,000 feet. Cool. Let's go load the airplane with passengers. So, how many people are flying with us today? 87 crazy people. 87 insane people getting on our plane. We don't usually put anything in the front cargo. It's like skis, I guess. And over here, it's going to be... I have all of this in kilos. We need to put the airplane in kilograms. It's not in pounds, right? Yep, it's in kilograms. All right, kgs. So 0 kg here. 87 passengers up here. And 2,000 there. Should give us a zero fuel weight of 31.4, and it says 31.4, spot on. All right, so set the payload in the... Oh, we got to do fuel. Got to add fuel. Important safety tip. 4251. Enter. Set payload in the simulator. Airplane is loaded. Copy performance data into the McDo. Well, let's also set our bugs for takeoff. It's dry, flaps 8. And the plane's loaded. And there's all of our weight and balance. Execute. Page 2. Wind is 310 at 76 knots is our average wind. Our temperature deviation today is minus 3 degrees. Execute that. Let's see. It is currently 2132 Zulu. I'm guessing 2150 is our departure time. Probably sooner, but that should be good. Execute that. VNAV does not need to be updated because it's 1800 feet. So performance. Over here, we're going to flex to 47 degrees. As you can see, there is a lot to this airplane. 47 degrees. Multi-function display menu. I'm going to turn on advisory VNAV and go to progress. Over here, let's go to the radio page. And here at Detroit.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Here at Detroit, CTAF is 135.0. Somebody just did something nice. Hang on a sec. 135.0 is CTAF. 122.800. And our squawk is 0535. Is that correct? Sounds like the last one. Nope, that was it. 0535 goes in ATC. You Russia 1989. Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, all of our frequencies are good to go there. The only real tedious thing that we got to do right now is we've got to put in the arrival altitude. And this can be a little tedious. It's 569 feet. The dial is up here. Just hold it down a little bit. But then you got to come over here and look to see. So, wow, held it down. There's 500. It's 569, so 570. 246. Let's call it. That should be 580. So now our landing altitude is set and good too. Cool. Let's go to the aircraft and let's close the cargo doors and retract the jetway. I'm going to disconnect ground power because the APU has us. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and raise the handrails. So there goes the handrails so that they can bring the final load sheet and deliver cockpit pizza and stuff like that. And now we're going to close the main door.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
And let's start
Loyalty
squawking.
Noted.
Somebody just did a resub. Hang on a sec. And we're going to squawk. That looks good. Doors are closed. Seatbelts can go on. It was Touch the Clouds is back. Welcome back, Touch the Clouds. Thank you for coming in today. Touch the Clouds has been here for 52 months. Wow, Touch the Clouds, that's an awful long time. Thank you for such great support. Thank you for being in here, and I really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for being a spy friend. Thanks for being here for as long as you have been.
Hey, Detroit traffic.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Detroit.
Man, some of those numbers are getting big. Touch the Clouds, really. 57 months. Okay, let's see. Closed.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We're going to disconnect the ground power cart, and I'm going to pull my chocks, and then we'll get off that page. And there's our crew chief. Hi, crew chief. Let's see. Roar Morano. Did I? Roar Moraro. Kind of said that a little bit right. Yeah, this one's one that you kind of got to stay in touch with. This is actually an airplane that I do rather well with, so I'm able to make it work. But here comes our tug. Ooh, we've got icing. Look at that. There's ice here. You know what we got to do? We need to redo performance, and we need to change to ice. And I'm going to reset the bugs for takeoff. I'm going to redo the bugs for icing, and we need to make sure that anti-ice is on for takeoff today. Holy moly, there's a very sassy airplane over there. We're going to go nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Shall we go?
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Oh no, I pushed a little bit too soon. We're not aligned. Ugh. We're not aligned. Rats. We can cheat. I didn't check. Dead Stick, you've done this too? I know. Time for the pilot to execute the Homer Simpson maneuver. Oh!
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
All right, you can fix it. Come on over here. Do an instant. Save it. Then go back and save it. And now we're all set. That's how you can fix it really fast. Okay, fuel pumps on. And all of that looks really good. Let's get the rest of our hydraulic pumps on. And starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. And there goes the N2. Landy had a few. I've had 2 crashes today. The first time since sim update
Tow truck disconnected.
4. The first one since sim update 4. Engine number 1's coming up pretty good. The altimeter here is 3013. And 3013 on the backup. There we go. That looks good. Starting engine number 2. Gotta hold it down a little bit there. Star Lugo has arrived. Welcome, Star. Just getting going. Detroit into a snowy Toronto. So hopefully they've heated up the Timbits. And 20%. Throttles up. a very long airplane. Okay, looking pretty good there. Packs on. Engine anti-ice on. APU off. Didn't do the beacon for that. Okay, so that looks good. Flaps 8. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Oh, we don't have any in this airplane. These are kind of hard. You got to be sure you press both of them. Otherwise, they might not get pressed. Stabilizer trim and mock trim. Everything is set. One last thing on performance. The takeoff trim is 6.8. Trim set. Let's go. Taxi light on. Cabin call. Parking brakes off. Nose wheel tiller is armed. And away we go. Charts. Toronto traffic. Jazz 441's a CRJ coming out of the north terminal. Taxiway Yankee 10 to runway 22 left. Detroit. And this is just another great little thrust idle airplane. Unless you're really, really heavy. Brake check.
Time check, Jet 189 going to be falling behind the CRJ that's off route Nelly.
All right, this is going to be heading off the runway. Let's arm the takeoff, and you do that by pressing just one of the buttons on the side, and that arms them both. Takeoff is armed. Strobes. Metro traffic, Jazz 441's taxiing onto runway 22 left and departing on the Zeter departure. Detroit. So we got a little bit of ice on the windshield wiper. I don't see any ice on the wings, and we have engine anti-ice on. Lighting lights. Throttle's up about halfway. Clock is running. Flex is set. It's flying time. What could possibly go wrong? Let's see. Rotate at... I missed it. Looks like about 140. V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. It was a very happy takeoff, Andre. Flaps 1. Speed's coming up. .210. Heading hold, speed, autopilot. And we'll climb at 210. Flaps up. Direct to Corby, or is that Ford's? Direct to Ford's. Direct Ford's. Execute and nav. Nav's got us, and out we go there. Keep our speed down in the climb, and no ATC. Metro traffic, Jazz 441 is clear of runway 22 left, departing to the north and the east. Happy landings, Detroit Metro. Continue the climb to flight level 310. Let's see. Dakota Richard. Welcome back in, Dakota Richard. $31,000 feet. Let's go direct to Dingle and execute that. That gets us just a nice little turn. And we don't have those two tight turns that we had over there earlier. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down, landing gears up. And boy, do we have ice on the engines. Good thing we have engine anti-ice on.
Detroit traffic, Scandinavian 555 Hopsel, taxiing from Echo to Yankee.
We're going to go ahead and let the speed go up to 250 now. Speed's going up to 250 right now. The Scandinavian that was right next to us is pushed back, so they're getting ready to taxi. You, just like a Boeing, you need to hit that heading button. Push the heading button on a fairly regular basis here. There's 9,000 feet. We're done with lights. Close enough. We'll do the 10,000 foot cabin call. Continue our speed up to about 270 now. There's 10,000 feet, looking pretty good. And so far, so good. That was actually a fairly low brain damage departure. It actually felt kind of good. So there's Detroit, and out we go there. Okay, I did a direct to. We're direct to Floka. I wonder if it's going to intercept this right now. That might be off a bit. Buckeye says to hydrate if you're flying with me. We've been flying for about 4 hours, so you should probably think about hydrating too. There are some CRJs that do have an auto throttle. I think that they did come with auto throttles for like the biz jets. So the business jet versions of these had an auto throttle, but the regional carriers didn't. So that's the thing. You do have to keep your hands on the throttle there. Let's see if we're going to intercept this flight path here. Okay, this thing is starting to move. So if we make the turn, that's going to be a good thing there. Let's turn off GSX. So as this comes over, let's see if we make a turn. We may have to do it ourselves. So heading bug straight up. Let's see if nav works for us. Passing 16,000 feet. Don't see ATC ahead, so CTAF for Toronto is 118.7. Yep, they do CTAF in Canada now. Altimeter, standard altimeter, standard altimeters, good. Heavy weather, yeah, I noticed ice, I mean just right out of the gate. There's overhead dingle. Now let's see, are you going to make the turn? Hey, look at that, the airplane is making the turn. So it actually captured that. That's pretty interesting. In the past, it's been pretty cranky about that. Cowl anti-ice is on, seatbelts and no smoking are on too. Back to progress. We are 222 miles from YYZ, 35 miles to go. So sun's going down. The next flight, if we decide to go and continue service from Toronto to Halifax, that's about 700 miles. That's kind of a long flight. And it's going to start getting really dark. Maybe Boston to Halifax would be a little easier on the eyes. We could probably out of practice with our Boeing airplanes a little bit. We could take a 777 or the 737 MAX up to Halifax. Reset the heading bug. Passing 21,000 feet. And we need to come over and go to 122.8. There we go. 1187. We'll just have that standing by. Yeah, put it into recall. There we go. That looks good. 22,000 feet. We'll probably just leave it at this. We're climbing actually pretty good on this. Did notice some ice around the engines. And it looks like the engine anti-ice is taking care of that, so it's not showing ice. There's a little bit left on the engines, but not much. And I didn't have any ice on the wings. Just like the Boeing, you always have to kind of hit that little button for heading. The shorter one, the 550, it climbs a lot faster. This airplane's, engines are working a little harder on this one. But, we're also at, 178 passengers and 2 tons of cargo. So, the 550, that's only 50 passengers. It's a 700, but it doesn't carry as much of the weight as the full 700. And out we go there. That looks really good. This chart app in this airplane, I like this one. This works really good. After you're done, you can just click the little pin and it clears them all out. So it's easier to get to manage the charts because we're not going back to Detroit at this point. Ooh, there's snow there. Got some snow on the ground. $25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go to auto. Let's see if we turn off the anti-ice. Nope, not happy. Leave the anti-ice on the engines. They got pretty chilled, I think, on the ground. It's cold in Detroit. And they just had a weather system go through. No idea, AZ. Detroit or Chicago. I'm going to guess maybe Chicago just because Chicago's going to get like more... It's a bigger hub. Well, Detroit's a pretty big hub for Delta. So it's probably flip a coin on that. I would imagine it might even be relatively, the same. Although it's pretty quiet at Old Detroit Metro right now. It's pretty quiet in Toronto too. AZ did ORD to YYZ many times when you were going to Denver for work a few years ago. So Chicago to YYZ. So what? Denver into Chicago, United, and then up to YYZ that way? Let's see. Boston has got ground and tower. YHC. Moncton is not up yet, but we're probably a little bit early for Moncton Monday. VAT USA. Well, I don't see Moncton Monday here. They may be taking the month off for the holidays. Maybe they post over on the other one. Let's see. Moncton Mondays. Here it is. It's over on the other one there. Moncton Monday. It's 1600 to 2000 local time. So it starts at 2300 Zulu. Starts at 2300 Zulu. The current time is 2200 Zulu. Pixie pardon. Actually, I was looking at maybe an Iceland flight the first part of next week. I actually later on this week, Thursday or Friday, because they've actually got a big low pressure system that's forming off the tip of Greenland, and you guys are going to get pounded with snow, it looks like. AZYUL was your home airport. So that, yeah, United to Chicago, then Air Canada. And free Timbits when you got off the airplane, right? And reset the heading bug. There's 30,000 feet, so it's almost time for us to take control of the throttle. So flashing at us a little bit, saying, up, we're coming up on your altitude, which means we got to be ready to be our own auto throttle. Reset the heading bug after the turn. And it's going to release us from, pitch climb. And the pitch is all to hold a speed. So constant thrust. It doesn't move your throttles or anything. Loviz says there's an Iceland event. Oh, maybe we ought to do that. Loviz says, let's do this. Hi, Loviz. So it's called the Aurora Arc. It's on December 27th. We should do that. Oh, this will be nice. It's between Keflavik and Vancouver. Keflavik to Vancouver? Wow. That's a long flight. That's a long flight. Bookings open a month ahead. Pixie Pardon says this is an 8-hour flight, so this is like almost like a across the pond for us. Okay, let's see here. Let's go ahead and switch to Mach. And I'm gonna bug Mach 0.81. Loviz says that is an actual route, though, and they fly it in the 737 MAX. I don't know, Loviz. What do you think's going to happen to our iFly Maxes after Thursday at 1700 Zulu? Kind of wonder if that's not going to get parked a little bit once we get the NGs in. But we didn't get a cross the pond event, so that might be a nice cross the pond event, and it's on December 27th. That would be a Saturday. I'm not going over to my Gmail. I'm not looking to see if they've shipped the throttles yet. Spoiler alert, they haven't. Loviz has a slot, but you're not sure you're going to fly it. It looks like we've got to do an early departure, too. Holy moly, it's almost time for top of descent. Almost time for top of descent. Okay, on the number 6 arrival. $8,000 feet at bottom. Okay, we're going to go out of climb mode. And let's go to cruise. And wait till this stabilizes. And there we are. Nordic was in a winter crossing event yesterday from Zurich to Toronto. Lots of airplanes and hold. Oh, were there holds coming into Toronto? You got to hold for 45 minutes, no kidding. Okay, so our next altitude is 8,000 feet. Actually, we're going to APDAX, and our first real altitude is 11,000 feet, so no lower than 11,000 feet. Let's put that in because you have to do your own VNAV here. Otherwise, you'll bust an altitude constraint. 11,000 feet. All right, speed, we're going to bug now. Mach 0.77. There's top of descent in 3 nautical miles, so reducing our speed. Speed's coming down. There we are. And I usually will do vertical speed on our descents. And I'll usually start my vertical speed at about 1,800 feet per minute. And then see what's going on with the snowflake here and try and center that up on the descent. And that should be good. So a hold for 45 minutes. Nordic, how much fuel did you have when you were landing? Because if you were holding for 45 minutes, generally for most events, I plan for what, 30 minutes of extra holding fuel and stuff like that? You got 45. That kind of makes me go a little bit eek. That's a little eek to me. This is a CRJ. We are in a CRJ 900, and we are Air Canada from Detroit to Toronto. And our descent speed is actually pretty good here. Let's do another check of what's happening around Moncton. So I think Toronto over to Halifax is a little long. It's also going to get dark here real fast, and that's going to get a little boring. So maybe we'll do Boston up to Halifax, where there's already a little ATC in Boston, and we can jump into 727 or something. Hi, JSG Droid. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Sorry I missed you yesterday. I had internet trouble. I need to find a better place to live with better internet. Corsair Slayer is going to do the Iceland event. I saved it over in the list for the 27th. Good to see you, JSG Droid. I hope you had a good weekend and the first part of the week is off to a good start. So we could take the 737 MAX or the 777 cargo liner for our flight from Boston to Halifax. I just updated the next command. Lovis says Boston to YHC it isn't a long one. It's kind of nice. Did you notice they added the advisory VNAV vertical speed? Yes, up here. Yeah, up here it gives you an idea of what to expect for your vertical speed. So it really wants me to descend a little bit faster than I'm descending right now. What's bug 290? And we have to start slowing down. But yeah, JSG Droid, I did see that. And that helps you out a little bit on your descent. I'm a little bit high on this, but it's not bad. Ooh, it's 250 knots. We're coming in hot. So thrust idle. Pixie, I didn't know that. Jack wants to do, I don't think we got shared cockpit. Maybe they do. Is that something that they've worked on? Emmett, yes, the PMDG 737 possibly on Thursday. Our altimeter setting in Toronto is 3003. 3003. I'm a touch high. Supposed to be between 15,000 and 11,000 at Rocktow. Well, if I'd been paying attention to my descent rate like JSG Droid told me, we would be better off, wouldn't we? Gotta hit Rocktow. So after Rocktow, it's 8,000. There we go. That looks good. Oh, the shared cockpit is now free on flightsim.to. 7.5 hours in the 7379 out in the 7379 NATO. Oh, Keflavik over to Vancouver. Okay, our speed's coming down fairly nicely. A330 driver says it's going to be dropping at 17:30. Oh, really, Emmett? Ooh, we got a target time, huh? So Loviz says Iceland Air does this flight. So Iceland Air does this flight, and it's a 737 MAX. Holy moly, look at that. That is quite the... That's quite the arc, isn't it? So according to this, it's a 7-hour and 41-minute flight if we decide we're going to do that. That is going to be a long one. And Hunter Girl has arrived. Wow, everybody from Frankfurt came in today. Hi, Hunter Girl. I heard it was a nice day today. Sunny and nice in Frankfurt today. Welcome on in. It's a long flight in a small aircraft. Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? GT Boy is here with beer cheers. Welcome in. Our next flight is Boston to Halifax in one of the Boeings, either the MAX or the 777. Actually, it's been a while since I've gotten to do a cargo flight. GT Boy says, yeah, rain in southern Spain. It looked like all of Portugal. All of Portugal had a bunch of rain too. All over. It's a long flight in anything except the Concorde or the SR-71. You could do it in the Citation. That would probably be nice, you know, if you know, warp factor 10 at flight level 9 gazillion in the Citation jet. I still have engine anti-ice on. Loviz wants to see if the C750 would have the range. 3 hours in the Concorde cabin doesn't feel like fun either. No IFE, not a lot of space, and a lot of very expensive food, right? I did Nifty Game. Those I did. I wrote them myself. I didn't have any. And it was long before we had Chat GPT or GTP or whatever it's called too. Reducing my rate of descent a little bit here. We're actually right where we're supposed to be. 250 knots, speed brakes back down. Seatbelts. Hi, Mr. Big Britches. Welcome aboard. Next speed to bug is 210 knots. Still just kind of coasting on down a bit here. I'm kind of reducing my rate of descent to help slow us down, but I think we still have to do some, we've still got to do some speed brakes here. We're going to go a little bit too fast, and we don't want Sheriff Buford T. Justice giving us a speeding ticket. Hi, Mighty Morph. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we're going to hit 8,000 feet just fine. NATO wants to do a Speedbird A388 or a BBJ might be tolerable for the journey. Only if you're in first class on that A388. Okay, let's go ahead. Performance. Bugs for landing. VRAF is going to be 144, 150 to land in this thing. We're a touch fast, but not too fast. And there should be an airport out there somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, that's because it's right there. Hi, Toronto. See, that's really embarrassing, is right under our nose. Mr. Big Britches, like most CRJs, this does not have an auto throttle. You've got to manage it yourself. So we're pushing the throttles forward now to maintain 210 knots. And flaps 1. There goes our leading edge slats. Sim Brief says no bueno for the C750. Even when you do have extra fuel. We're a touch slow. Descend and maintain 5,000. And we'll just do this at about 1,000 feet per minute. Let's come over here and get on frequency. Toronto traffic, there is a Jazz CRJ, a beam of the airport, setting up for the ILS runway 24. Toronto Pearson. So, no CRJ flights on that one. Up, too fast, too fast, too fast. Or you could catch a ride on a rocket or something. That'd get you up to altitude. Then you just kind of glide down. Okay, there's throttles, and that's about 210. Okay, heading bug straight up, and heading hold is on. Let's come on down here, and nav source goes to localizer 1. Localizer 1 is active. I'm going to continue my descent down to 3,000 feet. Here comes 3,000 feet. Good. Reduce our speed a little bit here. And increase our rate of descent to about 1,200 feet per minute. And let's do landing lights. Cabin call. Everything else is good. I do have engine anti-ice on. Oh, wow, we got snow outside too. Snow in Toronto. Either that or somebody got one of those one of those big buckets of Timbits that has the powdered sugar on it, and they spilled it there. A little fast. Let's do our next speed, 180. On the speed. Night lights look great. Snow looks great. I love this part of Sim Update 4. Really do like this part of Sim Update 4. The night lighting is so much better. Our speed is slowly coming down. I did do flaps 1 and I forgot to arm my thrust reversers. Thrust reversers are armed. Bring in the map a click. Let's do a little bit of our own ATC here, just to make sure I'm not going to cut anybody off. It is a very quiet night here in Toronto. Everybody wanted to go and see the Terrence and Phillip concert in Vancouver. No, it doesn't automatically deploy. I think that that's just to make it work for you. I don't think it auto deploys or anything like that. Irvi says the PMDG. It's the PMDG on Thursday. Flaps 8. Throttle up. Holding about 180. That's right. We've been speculating about that. The upgrade fee is probably, it's, Robert Rendazzo says it's,
Hotel setting up Dallas for runway 24 left.
Robert Rendazzo says it's the price of 2 cups of coffee. We have been discussing all day today, is it Folgers or Starbucks coffee? That's what we're expecting. I'm expecting something between $15 and $25 for the upgrade fee. Blue Bottle in Chicago charges $8 for a latte. So if it's a couple cups coffee, that's $4. Blue Bottle? I've never heard of Blue Bottle in Chicago. All right, we've got glide slope and localizer. Let's get a little help from the approach. Approach is armed. Speed for landing, 144. Let's now bug 150. Looking good. And if we look over there, there's the airport right there. Pearson Traffic's Jazz Flight 441's a CRJ just turning finals for runway 24 left, landing Toronto. Mr. Big Britches says that Blue Bottle started in San Francisco, and then Starby's bottom up sixers, of course they did. Gear. Well, yeah, there you go. I think that what they do is they do things on purpose, and they do it very well, Loviz. And of course, you know, it's the PMDG, it's the 737s. We love the PMDG 737s over in Flight Sim 2020, so of course we're hyped about it. And I am too. I'm not going to think about it. Well, I mean, if it's more than like 60 or something, but I don't think it will be. I think it's going to be closer to 15. We shall see. Landy's getting a nice jet stream today over the water for an evening across the pond. Well, I would love to say that all I really feel like I need is the 737-800. But I've said that once before about the PMDGs. Maybe the 600. The 800 and the 600 are what I could get. I didn't fly the 900 or the 700 that much. That being said, you know what I did with the other ones, so definitely want the 600. Yeah, the 600 and the 8 I think will work great. A quick fact check. Dr. Quigley says Nestle owns Blue Bottle, not Starbucks. Thank you, Dr. Quigley's. That's right. We could always get it down the road.
Super Bus Tango, taxi from 23 Bravo Hotel.
Pearson Traffic. Jazz 441 is 8-mile finals from runway 24 left, landing Toronto.
Pearson Traffic, Clipper 1332, taxiing to runway 23 via Alpha Hotel. Pearson.
I lean off to the side like this when I'm adjusting the throttles. I have better control of my throttles on this airplane. If I just lean over a little bit, it does work really good for me. Here comes the glide slope. Look at all the ice on my windshield wipers here.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Kerman just did a nice raid. Hey Raiders, welcome in. Perfect timing. We are landing the CRJ in Toronto, and it's icy today. Kerman, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Nice Wise came in. Welcome, welcome. Thinking it would have been nice if they offered an option like any builds with the A306. You could pay an upgrade for the enhancement or just download a 2020 compatible. And throttle back just a little bit. There is landing. Flaps 30. A little bit more power.
Toronto traffic, Scandinavian 555 Hotel, 10 miles away, establish on the ILS 424 left.
Okay, we'll try and get Delta 2. Tim Dog's going to update the 7 and the 800.
500.
Little breeze from the left blew us off to the right there.
300.
Touch high.
Sync rate 200.
Whoa.
Sync rate 100. Sync rate 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
I think that was a little hard. Hey, we had butter on the runway in Copenhagen, so I'm celebrating there.
Station traffic, super question, Tango Heavy, taking the flying runway 23.
Pearson traffic, Jazz 441 is clear of runway 24, left, crossing 24 right, taxi to parking. Happy landings, Toronto. And we figured that we probably, that's the Scandinavian right there that's just coming in, that we would be on the east side of the terminal. So we'd be on the east side of the terminal here.
Traffic Clipper 1332 lining up runway 23 Pearson.
It's just Next Aviation, Ryan, and it's Boston to Halifax. APU's coming up. So that probably did not have a ton of butter on the runway. Just a nice flight though. Everything else was 484. Okay, that was a little heavier than I had hoped for. No, Verdi, we got one more.
Tango Curve 23, passing 3000, direct Savior on course. Pearson traffic, Clipper 1332, taking off runway 23, Pearson.
And there's the Hammerhead over there, looking particularly good. That's not working so well. Yeah, I noticed some big lags there. That area is for the really big jets. We got to go into the smaller gates here.
For left, clear to land.
We should probably turn on the logo lights, otherwise we're going to get a nasty memo from the marketing people. And I think they do the CRJs, they park the CRJs at this terminal over here.
Traffic clipper 1332, clear runway 23, passing 4000, turning left direct exit on for final call here.
Nose light off, we're blinding the ground crew. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Do we have an APU? We do. So let's do engine anti-ice off. And it says it's icy, but we knew that. Engine. Transponder to standby. Come up here, fuel off there. Beacon off, seatbelts off. Come over to aircraft, chocks, ground power, door. And we made it there. Little bit of a heavy landing, but not so bad. And I think the Scandinavian has just landed. I think I saw their lights just right over there, so the Scandi is probably doing the same little taxi route that we did over here. And Toronto looks really, really quiet.
Scandinavian 555 Hotel, located to far left.
Yep, there we go. So we made it. Nobody was hurt on that flight, although my ego was hurt just a little bit because it was a bit of a hard landing. It was a bit, but it was a pretty straightforward flight. So that one was really good. Dolly Drambustic, did I say that right? We are in simulated Toronto. So we parked over here. This is the Terrence and Phillip Memorial Terminal. So this one was a really nice little flight. Hard landing, but everything else was just fine on this one.
Personal traffic, Scandinavian 555 Hotel, holding short on Delta 2 for runway 06 left.
All right, let's start getting ready for Boston and Halifax. So 737 MAX or 777 cargo liner. What should we do for that one? They probably need a big bunch of clam chowder and Sam Adams up at Halifax for whatever reason. Real Toronto is cold tonight. Dolly says, made a lovely pea jolly soup with green beans, prickly dot beans, and a hard... Okay. This is a Dash 8 route or IRL. Really? The one that we're doing? The one, the trip up to Halifax, it's supposed to be a Dash 8. You're going to take the C750. Yeah, Providence has some ATC too, if you want to do that. Providence has a little ATC as well. So Providence, you would be, let's see, Providence is departing runway, looks like runway 5. Boston, no idea what they're doing in Halifax. We'll just take what SimBrief says. So let's see, Boston, departure runway is 33 left. So it's supposed to be a Dash 8. PAL Airlines. They've got the special buddy system there. Man, I'll bet that takes a lot longer. 1 hour and 48 minutes in that. 1 hour and 48 minutes in that one. Let's see, what's going on over here? Couple of jets. Nobody's doing anything from the cargo ramp. I'm going to do cargo. So, let's do Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh. Put it in Boeing mode. Okay, here it comes. Let's see. Republic also flies the E-Jet. I don't think I want to fly the E-Jet. Polyat's not with us today, but that might cause a heart attack or something while we're flying. So, okay, Microsoft Flight Simulator is up and running. So we'll come down here to FedEx Land. FedEx Land, the new theme park from Disney. Good evening, Hermit something. Welcome aboard. New flight. All right, this will be FDX. And this is KBOS to CYHZ. Can't wear an Airbus hat when flying a Boeing. The Airbus police would come and get me. 777F. And we're going to go with the Panda Bear because it's cute. So departing 33 left. SimBrief in its wisdom says we're landing on runway 32 in Halifax. Runway 32. I don't know. Let's see what they're doing in the real world. CYHC. Halifax. Dolly's first Microsoft install was installed. Yeah, I think that one of the things is about the flight sim is some people do have trouble with it like that. Well, this is no help at all. I don't see any traffic coming in. Anybody on the ground doing anything? No. Let's see. What do we have here? So the wind right now is 300 at 15, gusting to 21. Okay, so it is kind of howling there, so maybe that's the best choice. Maybe that is the best choice, is runway 32. That's okay. We've got really good brakes, right? You need to ask how to cancel your subscription at Navigraph. I think you probably have to go to the main Navigraph website. Navigraph says 32 is our best choice. Okay, so runway 32. It is. I think you're going to have to go to the main Navigraph website, not over here to Simbri for anything. And I would suspect that you have to go to My Account. After you do My Account, you're going to need, there's going to be a place in your account to cancel. So I think that's the way to do it, Slink for Slink. Okay, view the PDF. And let's go ahead and save this at current plan. Okay, that looks really good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Slink for Slink says it's going to be payment methods. Coming out, it's going to be flight level 350. We're doing the lobster departure, which always makes some of our passengers rather crabby. And this is going to be a B77L. Nordic, thank you for doing the flight. How was your landing? Nordic, you were over in the Scandinavian, right? How was your landing? Mine was a little bit hard. It was kind of slammed it into the ground a bit, more than I would have liked to. My last chance to redeem myself will be in the 777 here. Okay. All of this looks good. Almost done loading. Let's see. We can also put in the actual flight plan. And there's the flight plan coming up, so you can look at all the numbers there. Next regularly scheduled spy flight is going to be Thursday, unless by some miracle, and I don't think it's going to happen, we actually have the throttles arrive. If they do arrive, we'll pop in, but I have no idea what the plan's going to be. My guess is the throttles will be arriving next week for those of us who got to pay up last week. So that's kind of what that's all about. Not the best. It was bumpy, and Nordic is in Norway. But you had the Scandinavian livery. You were in the Scandinavian, looked like what, a 787 next door? Or was that an A350? It's going to be bumpy on this one too. Winds are kind of gusty coming into Halifax. Let's go and clear some things out of here. Done with that. Done with that. We do have ATC, so we don't need CTAF. Dad, game time. Buenas noches and welcome in. It was the A350. How did your A350 work? I've gone and updated it. I need to go in and get the WASM files because I don't want to sit here for 20 minutes. Hermit something. It's the WinWing throttles that we've been yapping about since September. Irvi, thank you for doing the title. NT28 Sim. Welcome in, NT28 Sim. All right, I think everything's pretty much ready to go. So we're departing off of runway 35 left, doing the lobster departure, and the Fundy arrival into runway 32. Aalborg has a free update if you're excited about Aalborg. Do I not know how to do IC cows, Irvi? Typing is hard. Typing is hard. All right, this is going to be a Boeing 777L. So it's the cargo version. It's already got the Panda Bear livery. I had EYHC. Thank you. Okay, Boston Logan. Over to Cargo Land. I see FedEx 1959, so it looks like there's going to be a big shipment of droids heading up to Halifax. Just make sure that those droids don't have a bad motivator. I'm not checking my Gmail. Oh, spam. Spam.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Okay. GSX appears to be loading itself. It worked fine for Nordic. The A350, it was not working yesterday. You had to do 3 tries on the landing because it did not catch approach mode. JSG Droid is loaded up with cloaking devices today. Well, fortunately, you're nowhere near Raleigh-Durham. And the Raleigh-Durham black hole of lost airplanes, the black hole to lost airplanes. You got the WinWing Orion throttle and stick with the Airbus autopilot. Yeah, we're going to be putting together some fairly nice cockpits here. I think that they're going to finish doing all of the Airbus stuff and then start doing Boeing things. Dad, game time. I thought everything was set up. She018, welcome aboard. We're loaded up. Did I say the wrong thing? I'll leave you alone. It's okay, Dad, game time. I have the throttles, the brakes, the starters, the flaps, and the speed brakes. So it was the bundle that's coming up. I got the bundle. So that's going to be really nice. Good time to stretch a little bit. Check the temperature outside. Ooh, clouds rolling in. Maybe a little snow tonight. Just a little bit. Not bad. 13 degrees, so we're at least above freezing tonight. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I was looking forward to that ever since we saw it first show up over on when they first showed us at FS Expo. It looked really good then. Really very nice. Uh-oh. Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? I didn't update the 777 lately. So I haven't updated the 777 or the scenery. I did turn on a little bit more spy music for this flight. It is running, isn't it? Yep, it is. There we go. The band gave up. Why is it doing this? Well, if you update something, it sometimes has to reprocess WASM files. It doesn't tell us what it's doing. It's just sitting there doing something, keeping us in hurry up and wait mode. Sadly, pretty much everything that I'm going to do in this airplane is in the airplane, so I can't go get charts or anything. I could, but we're going to use the charts and everything. Have I flown the 77 since Sim Update 4? No. Is that what it is, Loviz? Let's do a Boeing hat for luck. So it needs to redo stuff from Sim Update 4, Loviz? November 28th says Sim Update 4 completely breaks it. It's doing the Wasm thing. Okay, here we are. Welcome to Boston. Just across the river from Crane, Pool, and Schmidt. Loviz says we need to check our nav data. Let's get on VATSIM. And we should see another one pop up over here. Yep, there's JSG Droid. PNDG 737 upgrade to 2024 will have a $20 discount. I thought the upgrade feed was going to be that.
Granted.
My Tech Review just did a nice
Royalty
resub.
noted.
Hey, My Tech Review, thank you for a resub, and thank you for being here for 22 months. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for keeping me going, My Tech Review. All right, let's see what works here. Ground operations is what I usually go for first. And ground power is up, and ground service vehicles, and I request the 1L door. Okay, we got that. Now let's come on over here and back out of here. Electronic flight bag, request data from SimBrief. So we got to redo some stuff. Look outside and see if there's more snow while I put this junk in. Hang on, I also have to do, Hoppy. So those are super secret codes. ATC network. Copy and save. All right. Now then we ought to do charts. I think charts are fine. Okay, I think we're done with all the silly stuff. Come on back in, and let's request data from SimBrief now. Okay, that looks really good. Do we have the charts working over here? I think so. Look outside one more time. Let me just go ahead and do one more thing. Where do we do? Nope, it's not there. So my Navigraph stuff is not showing up in here, and I can't put Navigraph in. That's not working. I think we could still fly. We can use Navigraph outside. So battery, ground power, emergency exit lights, armed and guarded, window heat, ADARUs, cabin utilities. Throttles work. Speed brakes work. Flaps are working. How about the side stick? That works. But it won't let me do my charts within here. That's grayed out completely. There's the flight plan. So we better get Navigraph set up here. Boston to YHC. There we go. So Boston Logan, charts, taxi, airport. SID is going to be the Lobster departure. And Lobster departure has an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet on that one. All right, coming on in, we're expecting the Fundy arrival. So there's Fundy via Alex, and that goes over there, approaches here. And it's going to be runway 32, which is an RNAV arrival. So after MBAX, we come over to, well, MBAX just puts us right in there, so that's good. Taxi charts. And over here at the airport, I think they've got cargo. Oh, cargo's on the south side, right? I think cargo's down here. So we better get that chart. All right, so we got all of the charts that we need. And by now, all of our monitors are all warmed up and ready to go. Let's come on down here. FMC. Navigation data has been updated, so nav data is good. Manifee says the weather is frightful in Florida. What? It's sunny, breezy, and 77 degrees like it always is. KBOS. Boston Logan. We are at Boston stand 10. Not in database. Page 2, GPS position, page 1, and plug that in. Okay, that looks really good. Let's try and do the route. Route request. Boston to YHC. That part's working. November 28th system says it's not that bad. Okay, all this looks good. So set the payload. Payload is set. Fuel is set. Route takes a sec. Route requesting. Request is sent. But you can do everything except, you know, you can do everything within this airplane. You really don't need any external apps except, you know, vPilot. Load it. Sim, it's loading. Ah, we got a PDC. ACARS FedEx 441 is going to. It's the Lobster departure, Fundy, flight level 350. Squawk is, remarks cleared. Expect 35 departure frequency is. Advise ATIS and location, contact to push. So they want us to call them for push and start. We could do that. And let's see. Let's look at page 2. Lobstun Fundy. Activate. Execute. Drama, hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome. Is there pizza tonight? Accept the data. That looks really good. Everything else should be updated. Back in the day in Daytona, Hermit something remembers watching at the beach to see Canadians go swimming. I'll bet they made a real splash. It's supposed to be 514.6. 514.7, that's close enough. APU could go on. We do have a squawk code. And our squawk code is 1334. 1334. Wow, that was pretty easy. Performance tool. Logan. Let's see, the latest data is for the VATSIM. Departure runway is still 33 left. Ooh, you know what we need to do? We need to do departure and arrival. 33 left. Lobster 8. Execute. Coming back in. Arrivals. Fundy. RNAV runway 32. We have a Yankee and a Zulu. Which one did I grab? I snagged the Zulu. RNAV Zulu for runway 32. There it is. APU's up and running. Transition Alex and MBAX. Or was it GBAP? It was MBAX. And that's good. Okay, all of our performance is good. So expecting runway 33 left for departure. 33 left. Import all of our weights. Import our weather. The altimeter is 3009. .3009 is set. Sim Murray, how do I turn off the beacon disconnect? How do you turn off the disconnect for ground power in this airplane? Ground power's up here. Is that it? Or are you in a different airplane? In the Phoenix, go into the Phoenix app. Well, first of all, you disconnect it in the upper panel above the APU and above the bleeds. So ground power off on the upper panel. Look down on the EFB, hit the Phoenix app, go to ground services. That's where you disconnect the ground power. Let's see. It's going to be 50 degrees and derate -2. Take off. Flaps 5. Center of gravity is 26.59. Speeds for takeoff 156, 157, 158. 158 goes up here. There we go. Our departure heading is going to be on runway 33 left. So 33 left is going to be 330 degrees. And our initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. Don't forget that. And altimeters are set. Flight directors can go on. Flight directors going on. Ground power is disconnecting. And let's get hydraulics and everything ready to go. And there comes hydraulics. Let's do supernumerary signs because, boy, we don't want to miss the supernumerary signs. I forgot. JSG Droid is already pushing back. It's time to close the doors and go. So, ground operations. Close that door. Ground connections. We disconnected ground power. Parking brakes are not on. Parking brakes are on.
Reinforcements incoming.
And remove the chocks. Here we go.
Flight.
Aviation Lover Raleigh just did a nice raid. Hi, Aviation Lover Raleigh. Do you know when you turn the beacon, it turns off ground power? How do you disable that? I never knew that it did that, Sim Murray. I always turned that off before. I never even knew that it did that at all. That's really weird. Aviation Lover Raleigh, welcome aboard. Thank you for the nice raid. Welcome on in. We're just getting ready to go here in Boston. Got the 777 on our going. Oxygen's good. Flight instruments are set. That checklist is complete. Before start checklist. Mode control panel is set. Speeds 156, 157, 158. CDU is good. The trim is not set. We'll do that later. Taxi takeoff briefing's groovy. Let's have GSX push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. B Dizzle, welcome back in. Got your spy hat set. We had to switch for the Boeing.
Conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
And JSG Droid has already pushed and started. Aviation Lover Raleigh, yeah, this is a really cool plane, and if you haven't gotten into a PMDG before, this is a good one to try. Boston ground is 121.9.
We are ready for pushback.
Boston ground. Tower is
Bravo and
1288.
Ultra Kilo.
That's right, we got the Panda plane. Always have to, because, you know,
Checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
got to have the unbearably cute bear. Good night, Danny VDW. Thank you for coming. Have a really good time. Thank you for stopping by. Aviation Lover Raleigh. Yeah, I've got both the 300 ER and the 200 and the freighter.
Bus 69, continue. Bravo,
I think this is the one I
Charlie,
like
and
the
Alpha to
most.
signature.
This is the one I like the most.
Locking gear.
Boston ground number 1 from Future Papa. I'm not seeing intersection calls on my chart. Oh, apologies, now I see it.
We're gonna
Number 20
do
Papa, are you able to take that intersection?
southeast on Kila.
So, Future Papa.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, we don't want to do that because we've got one here.
Before I gave you the clearance to that intersection, I just wanted to make
I
sure
don't
that
think UPS flies 777s. I think UPS had A300s They've got MD-11s,
Remember
not
2 Sierra
more.
Papa, Roger.
And
Runway
they've
33
also
left
got
at Gulf, taxi via
747s.
Bravo,
But I'm
Charlie,
not
cross runway 4
100%
left, hold short runway 4 right on Charlie.
I'm not 100% sure.
Remember 2 Sierra Papa, runway tree left at
That they
Gulf,
ever had
taxi
777s.
via
You know who to
Bravo,
ask is Mountain Man.
Charlie,
If Mountain Man
cross
comes
runway
into
4
chat.
left, and hold short runway
Mountain
4
Man
right on
knows
Charlie.
all things PMD, all things PMDG. Mountain Man knows all things UPS.
At Gulf via Bravo and Charlie, cross runway 4 left of Charlie, hold 4 right at Charlie 2 Sierra Papa.
Boston Ground, FedEx 1959 requesting taxi.
FedEx 1959 heavy, runway tree left, taxi via Kilo, Bravo, Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right.
Kilo Bravo, Lima across 4 right, cross 4 left, hold short 4 right.
Boston Ground, American 235, radio check.
555, FedEx 1959 verify, it was Kilo, Bravo, Charlie.
Kilo Bravo Charlie, we didn't get to see cross right yet, cross 4 left, and hold short 4 right, FedEx 59.
There goes JSG Droid. So that one's going. I think Loviz was doing this in the Citation 10. So Loviz was over at the Signature, where they have free chocolate chip cookies. Of course, everything else at Signature is pretty expensive.
423, good evening.
My guess is they charge by the flush in the bathrooms there.
I missed the call sign, who was it?
Lufthansa 423.
Lufthansa 423 heavy, clear to Frankfurt via the last day
Holy
departure.
moly,
Climb
someone's
by
going all the way to
departure is
Frankfurt?
offline.
Wow.
3545.
All the way to Frankfurt. Joker Allen is still with us. Thank you for sticking around today.
Squad 3545, Lufthansa 423.
Okay, let's start
Lufthansa
squawking.
423 heavy, reback correct, expect runway 23 left for departure and call for push.
Expect runway 23 left for departure and call for push.
Beacon.
Ground Lufthansa 2 Lima, requesting feedback from Echo. I requesting Echo 7.
We are at stand.
Lufthansa 2 Lima heavy, Boston ground, push approved, call for taxi.
Feedback approved, call for taxi.
We are at stand 10. Boston ground, hi there from FedEx 441 Heavy at 777 at FedEx land, stand 10. Information echoes aboard, requesting startup and push back on Tequila.
FedEx 441 heavy, Boston ground, thank you for echo, push onto Kilo is approved.
Push approved on Tequila for FedEx 441. Shall we go? We are in Boston, and we're going up to Halifax for Moncton Monday. It's a regular Monday VATSIM event.
W1231 Boston
And
ground, thank you for echo,
there
push onto
goes
Alpha,
our
is approved,
big
facing
777.
Trying to move face to south, check for south.
November 2 Sierra Papa, continue Charlie.
I know it's
Golf,
for them
cross
it's an
runway
everyday
4
job and
right.
stuff, but you gotta wonder what it's like being a wing walker for a big monster 777 like this. You know, something this
November 2
big.
Sierra Papa, Monitor Tower 128.8, enjoy the ride.
Monitor Tower 121.8. Thank you and have a good night.
November 2 Sierra Papa, verify it was 128.8.
128.8, apologies. November 2 Sierra Papa.
Not a problem until the flight. New England 307, you able to sidestep to Echo?
We could.
November 307, thank you. Runway tree left, taxi via Echo, Bravo, Charlie. Cross
Not
runway
supposed
4
to
left,
start
hold
because
short
of
runway 4 right on
icing.
Charlie.
So we gotta wait a second. There's American Cargo. There's the Hyatt over there.
Moving on 307, not a problem. You'll be cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right on Charlie.
Diamond Mike Boston is in Maine right now. Are you working in Maine? So we're flying over where you're working in the real world? Epic Send.
American 15,
It's a hard
01, Boston
question.
ground, hold position number 2.
I mean, this is a pretty amazing airplane, this one right here. It really is. That being said, I've been really enjoying my Airbuses lately.
Unlocking gear.
Let's see. B Dizzle has got family in Maine. It's a beautiful state, but it gets cold in the wintertime. I'll bet it does. That's further north than I am. Plus, you're also along the Atlantic. You're going to get a whole lot of wind there.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Cross runway 4 right on Charlie, hold short runway 27.
Epic Center, the starting up a jet is not easy. It's not the easiest thing to do. It takes a little practice, but eventually I promise you'll get it. So like the 777 that I'm in right now. So the 777 here, we're going to go ahead and hit start. And because this is a pretty modern airplane, you hit start and just hit fuel control. And it sets itself up.
Air Canada 757, Boston ground, push on to Alpha.
November 28 has grandparents in Maine, and Wobby's here. Welcome, Wobby. Gussie Boy Gaming, welcome back.
Lufthansa 423, pressing push. Lufthansa 423, Boston
So
ground,
we
hold
got a
position.
good start on engine 1. Engine 2's coming up. So engine 2's coming up nicely.
FedEx 1959 Heavy, monitor tower 128.8, enjoy the ride.
Monitor to tower 128.8, thanks so much. FedEx 1959.
Boston ground, KLM 233 at stand echo 5.
Minimum takeoff
ready
fuel
for
is
startup and push.
35,200 pounds. We have 40,000 pounds. So we're in good shape here. Exponent, I always forget. I thought maybe it was the 300, the 300, but maybe you're right. Both, you could start both of them together. J Dizzle 177 is back in chat. Welcome.
Hold short runway 27.
This is where Wobby works. Wobby works in Halifax. Hi, AH Mike. Uh-oh, you work at a gold mine? We all need to behave ourselves. No sleight of hand there. APU off. Autumn's Arts and Crafts. Welcome, Autumn. Flaps 5. Auto brakes.
Moving on 307, monitor tower 128.8, connect.
Cancel recall is clear. Flight controls. All right. Trim is going to be
Lufthansa
5.
423 Heavy. Once your company off to your left leaves, push onto Alpha Spread. Once company leaves,
Trim is set. Final checklist. Before taxi, anti-ice, recall, flight controls, ground equipment is clear. We're looking good to go there. And before takeoff checklist is good. Boston ground, hi again. FedEx 441 pushed and started from FedEx stand 10, requesting taxi.
FedEx 441 Heavy, runway 33 left, taxi via Kilo, Bravo, Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right on Charlie.
FedEx 441, we're going to go to runway 33 left via Kilo, Bravo, and Charlie. Cleared across 4 left, but we are holding short of 4 right at Charlie. When you do Boston as many times as we have, that's how it is that we know what to say and what the taxi route is. All right, we ready to go? Johnny Be Good, welcome back. That's right, we could fill up the cargo plane with all the
Canada
cold.
757, runway 33 left, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right.
Bravo, that is the outer taxiway.
Alright, JetBlue 1231, ready to taxi. JetBlue 1231 behind the Air Canada, opposite direction. Runway 33 left, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right. After the Air Canada, facing us, Charlie, cross 4 left, hold short 4 right, 222 left, triple 1231.
Lufthansa to Lima, you're taxi taxi.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Heavy, runway 33 left, taxi
Wabi,
via Alpha,
it was actually above
Bravo,
freezing
hold short
today,
Charlie.
so we had a whole lot of, little bit of snow melt. I mean, it's still not shorts and t-shirt weather. Okay, nobody's over there. Fire trucks are parked.
Off ground, Delta 96.
Nobody's over there, so that looks good.
FedEx 441 Heavy, give way to a JetBlue A320 on Charlie.
FedEx 441, we will give way to the JetBlue over on Charlie.
Delta 96, was that you?
Yeah, we're ready. Taxi with Echo.
Ugly Adrock, you did training flights around Boston. There's a really cool helicopter route through Boston that you get to fly.
KLM 233, once the Lufthansa A350 passes right to left, push approved.
That's got to be the JetBlue over there.
A350 passes KLM 233.
American 1501, push onto Echoes approved.
Nope, there's an Air Canada. There's JetBlue over there. Oh, you did night flights a lot. Hey, when you were flying around Boston, did you ever see Denny Crane and Alan Shore sitting on the sitting out in the balcony at Crane Pool and Schmidt? You have no idea what that is. Oh, there was a TV show called Boston Legal.
Right on Charlie, hold short, runway 27.
And the law firm at Boston Legal was located at a building at 400 Boylston. And they had at the end of every one of the episodes, the two main characters were sitting on the back porch.
JetBlue 1231, cross runway 4 right on Charlie, hold short 27.
There goes JSG Droid. There goes JSG Droid.
On the 2 Lima Heavy, continue
Happy landings.
Bravo,
watch out for
Charlie,
crazy
cross
birds.
runway 4 left, hold short
or
runway
angry
4 right on
birds.
Charlie.
Please say again for Lufthansa to Lima.
Jay Dizzle. Oh, the FedUp joke is a funny one.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Heavy.
The FedEx
Bravo,
and UPS
left turn
joke.
Charlie, cross runway 4 left, and hold short runway 4 right.
Continue Bravo left on Charlie, cross 4 left and then hold 4 right. Lufthansa to Lima.
Air Canada 757, Montes Tower 128.8, good night.
Hey, I'm being nice to FedEx right now. I think FedEx is what ships that's what's shipping our Win-Win stuff.
FedEx 441 Heavy, cross runway 4 right on Charlie, hold short runway 27.
FedEx 441 cleared across 4 right at Charlie, but we are holding short of 27. FedEx 441. Tripod Casts says the flight dynamics on this airplane are messed up. Really? What happened? That's a little scary. That's right, there's an arrow in there. What happened to the flight dynamics?
FedEx 441 Heavy, monitor Boston Tower 128.8. Have a great stream.
128.8 now for FedEx 441. We'll monitor. Thanks for the clearance in the ATC. Have a good week.
Boston Tower, JetBlue Thunder with the Ultra 27 Charlie.
Dark 1 traffic set your 11 o'clock, about 3 miles. They're in AC 20
B Dizzle, we're on VATSIM.
1,300.
So this is VATSIM ATC.
Dark 1 maintain visual separation. JetBlue 1231 Boston Tower, cross runway 27 at Charlie.
Cross 27 Charlie, JetBlue 1231.
Speed hold mode is too aggressive and causes control forces to feel like the yoke is jammed.
FedEx 441 Heavy Boston Tower, cross runway 27 at Charlie.
Crossing runway 27 at Charlie, FedEx 441. AMG beer cheers.
Dark 1 was it
Happy Monday.
the Fenway route for the outbound?
Via the Piker.
Dark 1, roger, you can transition via the Piker route. England 307, departures all sign fixed change of fluid into effect. Air Canada 757 Boston Tower. Air 757, in the future please do not cross the runway when you were not told to do so. The wind 290 at 11, runway 30.
Tripod Caster says we're going to see this on the landing approach. Okay. I'm going to try and fly it a little bit on the autopilot before autopilot. Let's see if we can feel a difference. And is that after Sim Update 4 Tripod Cats, or has that been the way it has been for you since the start for you?
Cross 27 at Charlie, Lufthansa Lima.
It's been ever since PMDG made it. They haven't fixed it since P3D. Oh, really? Wow, so it's been that long? Ah, kind of blows me away. I figured they would have done something about that. Maybe it's a limitation in the sim or something? I don't know. Parking brakes. We'll just kind of sit here. I don't know if we're all going to the same place. There goes the Air Canada. JetBlue's all ready to go. After takeoff, so we do a little bit of a turn.
Dark 1, you're leaving the Boston Bravo airspace, resume no navigation and appropriate VFR altitude, radar service terminated, swap VFR. And
so we kind of go chug, 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 chug all the way around here. So let's see, Tripod Cats, oh, it is a sim limitation, but most other developers of complex add-ons, they program around the internal dynamics. Really? Well, that explains why I guess I've never noticed it, Tripod Cats.
It's Left gravity takeoff, triple top and one.
That's why I love the Phoenix.
FedEx 441, heavy runway 33 left, line up and wait.
Runway 33 left, line up and wait. FedEx 441.
Air Canada 757 departures offline, frequency changes approved. Delta 96 Boston Tower, cross runway 27 at Charlie.
Cross 27 at Charlie, Delta 96.
And that's right. That's because they do all of those flight dynamics and things outside of the sim, which is, you know, part of what makes that such an amazing airplane.
Lufthansa 441 heavy, runway 33 left, clear for takeoff.
33 left, clear for takeoff. FedEx 441 heavy. Shall we go?
Lufthansa 2 Lima
Throttle
heavy,
up halfway.
turbulence with heavy 777
El
departs, runway
Claco.
33 left, line up and wait.
Thrust.
Land forward.
Prop wash from the Cessna 152, 15 minutes. We got to watch out for that. That prop wash is always a problem.
Departures offline, frequency change approved, return flight. Yeah.
V1.
Gear.
Boston Tower, KLM 233 with you.
Lufthansa 2 Lima heavy, runway 33 left, clear for takeoff. FedEx 441 heavy, departures offline, frequency change approved, return flight.
122.8 for FedEx 441 heavy. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Week, I mean.
Delta 96.
I did. I forgot to click the pin. We're gonna die.
350 departs, runway
We're gonna
33
die
left,
on
line
this,
up.
aren't we?
That's only 50, that's nice.
Let's turn that down just a little bit. 122.8 and flaps 1. Wolfie, the week has started. Welcome, welcome. Flaps up. And the Panda plane has made it out of Boston.
Toronto offline. Again. Spy.
Oh, I think I... Wait a minute. Did I forget? Yeah, I did. A bad pilot. I'll fix that. Loaded into Y is going to be nice. Cloud-based should be nice, although from what we hear, it's really, really windy. It's really windy right now in Halifax.
Minimum traffic dart 1 at EC 45, 10 minutes out now.
All right. I'll bet Volanta is going to pop up in the next few seconds. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. I noticed it as you were getting takeoff clearance. Oh, thanks, Tip Dog. Thank you for waiting. Oh, okay, so it's the winds are diminishing just a little bit. They were up a little bit higher early today. We noticed as we were doing the kind of the preview of the flight earlier. I forgot also to click the pen. You have to click the pen 3 times for luck. Since I forgot to do that before, we'll do the real pin that Tim got at Flight Sim Expo and sent my way. Thanks, Tim. There we go. We've clicked the pin 3 times. That means we should have a lucky flight. What could possibly go wrong? Now then, let's go to the comms page and go to information, ASUS, CYHZ. We want VATSIM ASUS with auto updates and send. And there is information whiskey, light snow, 15 miles visibility, approach RNAV Zulu or Yankee runway 32, initial contact, blah, blah, blah. It's whiskey. Okay. So we're all set for the appropriate arrival. Bobby, yeah, it's starting to get holiday lights going and the jazzy little reindeer dancing around too. And a nice departure there. Maps out a click. And let's see. After takeoff checklist. Gear up, flaps up. After takeoff checklist is done. Supernumerary signs to auto. Lights off. Strobes, nav, beacon. We'll leave the logo light on too. You could also have the wing lights on. Adds just a little bit more light on the airplane. Says everybody say, hey, look at us. Tim Dog put a train under the Christmas tree this year. Oh, that's nice. Was it a special kind of a Christmas train thing or just a train that you found? I guess that means we're going to need to load up Train Sim World and do a train trip soon. You got the Polar Express? Oh, perfect. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Did anything bad happen to the Polar Express? I mean, you know, Tom Hanks and transportation don't work so well. Buckeye says to stretch, and if you've been flying with me, this is hour 6 of flying. So you should stretch too and hydrate. Which train sim to buy? I think I've got 2 of them. I forget which. I ended up buying one because it was the one that had a DLC for a train route called the Bernina Express. And that is a train route that basically goes over a particularly scenic mountain pass in Switzerland, which I think is really, really cool. That's right, social clubs. And here at the Spy Flight, we think an awful lot of good old Wilson the volleyball, especially when we're flying cargo. Nothing bad happened. It's scary, but it's a magical train. So it was the one time that Tom Hanks was on some form of transportation and didn't create a problem. Didn't have a problem. VNAV? 358 miles from Halifax. So let's see, we're supposed to by Thursday for spy flight. By Thursday, there is a very good chance we'll all have the 737NG from PMDG. Where do we want to take that? There were problems, but everything worked out. It made the story more exciting. You just can't let Tom Hanks near, spaceships and airplanes and seagoing ships too. There was a problem there. Tim Dog has American flyer trains, but they're difficult to put under a Christmas tree. Oh, wait a minute. Lovis wasn't its signature here. Lovis was taking off from Providence. So Lovis was doing a Providence flight. That's right. And out we go. Fact is, I'll bet there's Lovis right there. At warp point 10 on the speed at flight level 9 gazillion. Yep, we did get information whiskey, so that's aboard too. It could be that maybe, you know how we all went a long time ago and we got a really good copy, a really good flight scenery for the Boeing factory up in Washington? Maybe we should pick up our PMDG 737s in Washington. Everett, right? We only go to Everett to pick up new Boeing airplanes. Lovis is at Mach 0.87, but only at flight level 290. What? You're not flying? You're not going to be suborbital? There's a ZDC holiday shopping regional event tonight. Tim Dog, KHGR, KFDK, and MRB. I don't remember any of those. Holiday shopping event. Is this it, Tim Dog? Yeah, SimBrief's only 17,000 feet, no kidding. So you would actually get the 737s at BFI? Oh. They're built at RNT, so our really nice scenery that we're talking about, we wouldn't pick up our 737s there. So here's an event right now. There are nice BFI and RNT sceneries. So there are some nice ones to go to. Which one do we want? Tim Dog, you seem to know the most about this. Which one do we want to go to pick up our PMDG 737s on Thursday? Final assembly is at BFI. Renton is where they're made. So we should go to Boeing Field and pick it up at Boeing Field. By Dr. Z. BFI is Boeing Field, right? That's where people would get their new. Renton released about the time of the original PMDG 737s. Hey, Mach 3 Outdoors, welcome. You've got the flu. Ooh, get well soon. Start, flushing fluids. Lots of, gets rid of it sooner. At least it does for me. At least it does for me. Off, 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 all on, auto. Welcome by Old Man Gaming. Thank you for coming in. So Boeing Field to San Francisco for our first flight in the Boeing 738. So KBFI KSFO. Wolfie's got a good idea. It is KBFI, right? I better make sure. I'd be wrong here. Let's do Boeing Field, King County Airport. So plan on that for your first flight. That's your first flight in the 737 PMDGs that are coming out. Let's see. Mach 3 is feeling way better. They gave you a trauma flu medicine. Oh, wow. Tim Dog was in Seattle. You saw Southwest 737 MAX 8 on approach to BFI, returning from a test flight. Oh, man. I have a CTD. Man, I've had 3 CTDs today. You're kidding me. Well, this sucks. I didn't do anything. I was just sitting here. I was just freaking sitting here. I'm not kidding. I didn't do anything. Well, that sucks. I didn't. I just sort of sat back. Mach 3 outdoors. Yeah, I can't wait for that too. Hey, Thalo. Well, yeah, it was Thalo that came in. That's what it is. Yes. So for the Christmas holiday, we do Christmas in the Caribbean. So that's going to be the 23rd and the 24th. So we're going to probably have a little bit of a longer flight. Well, let's see. Maybe something happened. I'm just going to go. I'm not going to do the flight, but I'm going to go power up the 777. And I'm just going to go to Halifax and see if see what happens with this. And we'll wait and see. We got 2 spies coming in here. So we've got 2 spies coming in. There's Low-Viz and JSG Droid. So I'm going to go over to Halifax here. Jimmy Boy had CTDs too. So all I'm going to do is just go to Halifax and power up and see if my charts are better. But that was really weird. I had a CTD at the beginning of the live stream today. I had one trying to get into the CRJ. And now I had one just, I don't know what we were doing. But it was sure weird. Since we've got some longer flights coming up, be sure on, Tuesday and Wednesday, unless you've got plans or something, be sure and take a little bit of a break from flight simming, okay? Because we're going to be busy all next week. May take like Thursday and just be quiet. I know I was wearing the right hat, Thalo. I know what it was. I shouldn't have taken off. I kind of felt it when we were taxiing out. The nose wheel felt mushy. See, when you have a mushy nose wheel and stuff like that, that's a problem. I wonder what that was. Let's see if Navigraph is working, because Navigraph wasn't working before. Let's see if it's ready this time. My desktop was feeling mushy. Any of you don't get the joke? Phalo gets the joke. We're talking about an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000. It was a airline movie that they were making fun of. They're making a lot of fun of the movie. And the captain was trying to kill time to get out, so he said that his nose wheel felt mushy. I don't think that there's a log, like we did have the log over in X-Plane, and that's a really good log to have, it is. But that being said, I don't know, there might be one, but if it's in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's buried in about 20 folders somewhere. Let's see, Eric's gotten Wasm. I wonder if that was it. Can't take off with a mushy nose wheel. Mr. Big Britches said maybe Microsoft Event Viewer would be something to look at. So we'll wait for Low-Vis and JSG Droid to make it. They're more than halfway there, and I just want to start it up. Yeah, Low-Vis is going to be coming in pretty quick. That's right, Chase Plane's coming out too. Yeah, I don't know. I actually, the only time I ever used Chase Plane was in P3D, and I don't think I used it very well. So I'm going to have to relearn Chase Plane. Will from online, thank you for being here. Wolfie says also then trying to decide what happened is a problem in Event Viewer. Hey, Slink for Slink, welcome in. I had another CTD. I don't know what it was. I think all of the drivers are updated. It's not an Nvidia issue. I think JSG Droid's about ready to get beeped here. Low-Vis is got 131 miles to go, and JSG Droid, I love that whenever it's loading in. $165 miles to go. Low-Vis is trying to remember how to land the airplane. Low-Vis is actually in the Citation 10, which apparently got some really nice updates. So we also ought to put that one on the list of things to do Thursday and Friday. I do use that on Linker. I do try to use that mostly for the smaller airports and stuff. So Tim Dog was also using Flow Pro to help migrate from 2020 to 2024. Can't imagine what was going on with that. Almost done loading. So what we'll do is we'll go over to the cargo area. It was migrating Flow Pro into 2024. Mr. Big Britches used base settings. Well, I also basically, for a lot of the U.S. airports and stuff like that, for a lot of the U.S. airports, I'm just leaving them in because I constantly am move this in, move this out, and it just got a little bit old after a while. So it's sort of like, okay, I'm going to let it take a little bit more time to load here, and then after that, it's just a little less work. Sling for Slink, you're gonna used to Navigraph when you had it. Navigraph is pretty cool, but it is also one of the more pricier toys that we have. If you're gonna be flying around with us a lot, and especially on VATSIM, that's one of those bite the bullet, get the annual membership. In fact, I think my membership's about ready to. It's time to pay for a new membership, I think. Tim Dog, yours loads faster than mine, but you have a lot of sceneries enabled. All right, we're going to go to CYHZ. And I'm going to look in here and see if anybody's at the cargo areas, which is at the south end of the airport. And we're just going to go and see what loads up. Mr. Big Britches, so GSX is your biggest hog. Tim Dog loads really fast. I wonder...
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Let's see if... Uh-oh, it's snowing. It's snowing. Heavy weather. Something is killing the sim? Well, it could be GSX. GSX has always been a little bit heavy. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think you're right about that, AMG. It does rely on the internet an awful lot. And if the internet's down, you're not going to fly that day. You're just not going to fly that day, and that's not the fun. That's not too fun. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and we'll come over here, put some stairs out. And let's see, because the big thing that I noticed is I could not access Navigraph data. And I still can't access Navigraph in the 777. So I can't access Navigraph on this anymore. That's too bad. Okay, we'll just leave this like that. AMG, that's what's hurting. That's what's hurting it on Xbox, is its reliance on the internet. I would imagine that's a big part of it. Okay, let's see how our other two airplanes are doing. So we're all the way down here. And let's come on over here. There's runway 32. Air Canada 6. So we had one Air Canada. Are they taking off? Nope, they're coming on in. November 120 Lima Victor is coming in. It's en route. Its ETA is 160016 Zulu. SimBrief is one of my really good. So what is it? It's 0005. So about 10 minutes, and Loviz is going to come in. So how about if we'll just kind of hang around here for 10 minutes and say hi and welcome Loviz. And then actually JSG Droid's arriving about a minute later, according to the arrival here. So now we'll slowly bring out the map a bit. There's everybody. Okay, there's JSG Droid, there's Loviz. So let's see, it is coming up on the end of the year here, and some things that are happening at the Spy Flight, since we got a little bit of time for like just chatting. One of the things I've been slowly, we're migrating away from Patreon. There's a video that I do every morning about the flight of the day and some weather geekiness. And that's right, Tim Dog. I'm going to be here for 10 minutes. That's probably not too much, and I'm not crowding people out of the way, so I'm guessing we're going to be fine on that one. If we were sitting here for like an hour plane spotting, then maybe that would cause a problem. But I've been migrating away from Patreon with the morning weather video and flight briefing, and that's going over to YouTube. YouTube has really started growing a little bit too. in terms of follows. And if you're over on YouTube, thank you for joining on YouTube. Channel members or memberships aren't quite as much as they were over on Patreon, but that's where you'll go. And at the end of the month, all of those are going to migrate over to the YouTube channel. They're already on there right now, and if you want to see what it looks like, it's on Patreon, and they're going to be free for the rest of the month. So that'll be over there. Polyot spotted a spy game that is going to be coming out in the first quarter of 2026, and it's more of a strategy spy game than it is, you know, speeding around in cars and being all like James Bond. So one of the things that we'll do is, ooh, somebody's coming in over here. Did they flip the runways? I wonder if they've changed runways on us. That one came in on runway 5. So we'll just kind of watch over here and see what happens. That was, okay, I see another one lining up, and it looks like it's still on runway 32, so maybe they're running both runways now. But anyhow, there's a spy game, and what we'll do is on Mondays after Vectors to Copenhagen, gonna try that. We've never done that before. It's just something a little bit different. You know, we do still gonna be all about flying and flight sim and stuff, but that'll be something new. And you don't actually have to have the game to participate, because you'll be able to, you know, chime in and say, hey, you know, do this, do that, and have fun with that. So we've got that going on, and that's going to be in the first quarter. Other than that, this the first part of this year, like a lot of businesses in the United States, did take a big nosedive, but later on in this, you know, about halfway through the summer, it started to recover. And so that's been really, really good, and I'm super grateful for that, and thank you. I could not do this without you. I think YouTube is also going to be nice. Plus, we'll be able to do some member-only events and things over on YouTube, so that's kind of coming up too. Beyond that, you know, just keeping the spy flight as consistent as we have been, just a place you know that you can come and not deal with craziness and nastiness is a big thing. We'll take a look in the first part of next year, and still trying to look around for a place that might be just a little bit warmer than Spy HQ to move, with a little bit better internet. I've been wanting to do that for a while, and maybe this will be a good year to think about doing that. Still above freezing though, can't whine about that. Tim Dog says that Slant Alpha is going to be in the ZDC event. That might be a nice raid. Is he controlling, right? Okay, we've got an airplane over here. Let's get a little bit more speed on this, on the drone cam. So they're still using both runways. Maybe that other airplane requested that. Although it looks like JSG Droid is still setting up for that one. So on the cross runway here, we've got somebody. This one is still taxiing for takeoff on this. Okay, so we've got one set of lights here. So we've got one airplane coming in here. It's not the greatest speed. It's not the slowest speed either, so it works pretty good. I don't exactly have all the numbers off the top of my head. I mean, 80% of the time, my internet works great here. And mostly it's not a question of speed. It's either, is it about to crash, or is it crashing already? And that's usually just everything in the neighborhood is going to crash. I don't know. There's a weak point in it. I do know that they have fiber. Fiber internet is about a block and a half away from me, and they've been slowly building that up. I don't know. Looks like low-vis is still coming in over here. So you can see there's one airplane over here. So PAA Flight 1332 is just about ready to land. I think they're going to put low-vis over on this one, but I'm not sure if JSG Droid's going to come over on the other long runway or not. Wolfie says there's an overwhelmed ground controller. I'll bet being a ground controller when you're new is not the easiest thing to do. So let's see. The other thing I've been kind of wanting to try and do is a little bit over on DCS World. I did power it up, totally updated it, adjusted scenery settings, and just could not get anything other than a slideshow out of that. So probably going to have to put that on hold for another day and another computer. Irvi could get 10 gigs in your area, but you went for the 2 gigabyte, and Tim Dog has a 1 gigabyte cable there. I mean, essentially mine is just, a Cat 5 cable into an apartment building that's been here for the past 10 years. So let's see, we got one plane holding over here, so an Air Canada's holding. I don't know. It looks like low-vis and JSG Droid are going to be landing at about the same time. Current speed is 1980 down and 1670 up. Yeah, I've got to do that someday. It sure got dark here, didn't it? That was a really pro landing. Looked pretty good. I bet this one's going to get to line up and wait now. Got another one taxiing for takeoff. Yep, that one gets to line up and wait. Low-vis made JSG Droid slow down. Low-vis had to speed up and you slowed down. Okay, so they're probably... So low-vis is speeding up because if you look, we got a low-vis right here. There's JSG Droid right there. So my guess is they're going to bring low-vis in on the runway we're looking at. Martel, thank you for staying up so late. Have a great evening. Gonna get a bunch of things done here, and we'll be back on Thursday. All set and ready for the PMDGs coming out. There goes that Air Canada. And then who do we have here? Got, don't know who that is. So they'll hold short there. This is another one of those events. This one is not a super duper busy event. Sometimes during some VATSIM events, it can get really busy here. But most of the time, if you're new in VATSIM, flying into Moncton Monday here in Halifax is actually kind of a good thing to do. This is a great place if you're relatively new. If we come on out here and zoom out, you see they've also got a few other airports out here. So they've also got St. John's. We've actually departed from St. John's. There's also a couple of other small little airports here along the northeastern coast. So you could also, here is CYZH. This is a little airport called Greenwood. And here is Moncton over here. So you could actually do a VFR flight in VATSIM from like one of these, and it would be really easy to go and do. So this is a good area to begin. And in fact, unless it's a really big, busy VATSIM day, I will tell you that VATSIM in Canada is really good. The controllers here are very patient. It's usually not as packed with a lot of people too. Wolfie likes Moncton Monday. It's fun. It's not too busy. Aside from the one time I convinced Lovis to fly with me and it was a disaster. Well, you know, sometimes we do have disasters here. Sometimes we're all just flirting with disaster. Here's a Speedbird going over to Gatwick. Man. Well, they just keep getting closer and closer. I'm going to guess, okay, we got another airplane that's lined up. So it looks like we've got another departure here. But yeah, this is a cool one. So again, if you're new, this is a place to go. This is a real nice place to go if you're new. Like any VATSIM event or any place that you're going to go, one of the things that I always like to suggest is take your best airplane, especially if you're getting started, and make sure that you know what your best airplane is and how to fly it. Okay, this one's departing. We've got a departure here. And then another one. And then my guess is after that, we'll probably see the little BizJet coming in. Okay, got this one turning. There's the airport, there's Loviz. Let's see, Mini Snacks, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in, Mini Snacks. I had a CTD, so I was flying with these two airplanes on the VATSIM network. So I've just come over here and parked. We're gonna watch two spies land, and then it's raid time. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Normally I'm flying around too, but I was just having CTD issues today, so I don't know what's going on. But Mini Snacks, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Looks like we got a prop liner over here. Oh, we got a little GA action here. We'll see, Wolfie. You're departing from here. Where are you going, Wolfie? If you don't know, Mini Snacks, this is the VATSIM network. And this is somebody who's flying a flight simulator just like I normally am. Tubes, $8.99. Hey, Moncton Center, good to see you. Wolfie's going to Montreal in the A320. So, Tubes, good to see you. Thank you for coming into chat. I was flying in with November 120 Lima Victor, which is turning to final, and FedEx 1959, and I had a CTD. So since they were just close, I came in here and we're going to watch them land and then do a raid. I hope it's a really good night here. Okay, so Mini Snacks, guess what? You're absolutely right. When you're just getting started, flying is overwhelming. It absolutely is. But I will tell you that it's something that you can learn. Look, if I can do it, you can do it. So one of the cool things here is everything that you learn in flight sim is something that you will use in bigger and bigger airplanes. So if you start in a small airplane like you should, like, you know, twin engine like this one, you're going to be able to slowly level up into the big jets and stuff like that. One of the things about Microsoft Flight Simulator is it's got flying lessons. So, and if you don't want to spend a lot of money before you get ready to fly, you want to just see if you like it, you could start with a controller, just a simple controller in the airplane. And, you know, just do the flying lessons and then decide if you want to go and start picking up some controllers and other things. We've got an Air Canada Airbus taxiing out right now. That might be Wolfie. That is indeed. Okay, so Mini Snacks. You saw this airplane taxiing by. That's Wolfie, who's in chat with us right now, getting ready to take off from here to Halifax, and Wolfie's heading over to Montreal. So you can see there's the hold short line right there. So they've obviously cleared Wolfie's flight onto the runway, for takeoff. Or Irby, yeah, I was flying with a keyboard and a mouse for a long time. But we're on a network where sometimes there's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people flying, and the world is our playground. The world is our playground. And you can fly everywhere. You can fly all sorts of different airplanes. Generally, I like to say stick with a few and learn them to fly really, really well. Because when you go and get into some of the bigger events that I like to do, Frankfurt Friday, vectors to Copenhagen, that sort of thing, you really can get overwhelmed. So, you know, learn a couple of airplanes really good and then come on in. There is an event in Columbus and Dayton, and Tim Dog is going to be on Dayton ground. So you're going to do Columbus and Dayton on Thursday. Okay, we decided Boeing Field to San Francisco is our first flight. And then, so we're gonna depart from Dayton. So we'll depart from Dayton and go someplace. And we'll maybe do that for this third flight when you're gonna be doing that, Tim Dog. Let's see, mini snacks. I'm gonna put a couple links into chat for you. This is the network that we're on. We're on the VATSIM network, and it's free. So we're waiting for this one to take off. Loviz getting a little close. So here we all are. There goes JSG Droid down there. There's Loviz coming in to land. And that one, the second link that's in there is the map that I'm using right now. You don't have to be a member to use the map. There goes Wolfie off to Montreal. All right, that looks pretty good. Now what we need to do is, you see over right along the horizon, I'll tilt down a little bit. It's right in the center of the screen. You see the little white light in the center of the screen? That's low vis in the Citation 10. So mini snacks, if you don't know about flying, what you'll do is you'll start off in something like the Cessna 152, the 172, and then you'll continue to get bigger, maybe the TBM. And then you'll want to start doing jets. And one of the jets that you could use is the Citation 10. That's the one that Loviz is flying in right now. And a lot of these smaller airplanes and stuff, they're free. They're default airplanes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And that's one of the other nice things. Most of the money that we spent is on airplanes, followed by airports. That's usually kind of what it is that we do. And then, you know, Navigraph and stuff. So there's Loviz coming in right now. JSG Droid is just turning final. Let's see how we did with the arrival estimates here. So let's see. So, well, it took a little bit longer. So it was supposed to land at 16, and so this one's landing at 27 Zulu, this at 32 Zulu. So it took a little longer, but that's probably because they got vectored out a little bit. But the big excitement for us will be Thursday. That'll be when the PMDG comes out. Not moving very fast. See if we see JSG Droid's lights coming out too. So it looks like this one has got about 90 seconds to touchdown. Wolfie says the winds were crazy coming in. Yeah, when we first checked out this flight, they were really kind of gusty. One of the other things, if you're just noticing, there is snow on the ground here in the sim, and it's supposed to match where there's snow on the ground in the real world too. Anybody else taxiing out for takeoff? The airport's actually kind of calm right now. Got one airplane at the gate, it looks like. This is a really nice airport that we got. It definitely got a little bit dark there, didn't it? Here comes Loviz. Loviz was talking about, I got to remember how to land this airplane. "10-mile finals." Here comes JSG Droid. And I don't know where signature is here. It was a nice landing. Very nice. All right, so now what we'll do is wait for one more. The design, the terminals are actually really, really nicely done. Oh, we got one pushing back. Here's an Air Canada pushing back. You can see the nose is up just a little bit. So we got one pushing back over here. This is a 737 MAX. Put the landing. Oh, I didn't see if there was a landing gear on Lofiz's airplane. You can see the inside of the terminals nicely modeled too. The jetways are. Let's come over here and see. One of the things they fixed is there should be landing gear on airplanes that arrive. I think Loviz is waiting for ground. Hey, it does look like there's landing gear. I see a nose wheel. Yeah, the landing gear bug's gone. Used to be that you wouldn't see landing gear when an airplane landed. And there goes Loviz out there. Nicely done. But it looks like they fixed that one over in vPilot. So you'd always see landing gear on airplanes that were taking off, but you didn't see it. I think it was a vPilot update, Matty G. It was a vPilot update. And here is another, oh, there's a TBM coming out, I think. Yeah, nope, not a TBM. So some sort of a twin engine or something like that? Wonder if this one's trying to speed ahead to take off before the 777 lands. Generally, ATC, on VATSIM, they try to move traffic as quick as they possibly can. Yeah, oh yeah, this one's just out it goes. Not wasting a second. And when you've got a big old 777 like that one right over there, probably 5-mile finals bearing down on you, you don't want to wait. Mad Noob shooting, yeah, getting in the gap there between the two. Well, this has been a little bit of a dry end to the spy flight. Sorry I had a CTD. No idea why it happened. Man, that airplane's getting closer and closer. You sure want to sit here that long? Okay, there they go. There they go. Up, up, and away. A new adventure begins. I did not arrive, Ben. I had a CTD coming in, so we're watching two spies that were flying along with me come into land. So you can see there is FedEx 1959 on short finals. very short finals. And low vis 310 degrees at 18, gusting to 28. Yeah, see, that's what we thought earlier in the day. Somebody said that the winds were actually diminishing here. We thought it earlier in the day. Somebody said that the wind. But you had a minus 192. You totally lost the runway. Well, you haven't been in that for a while, though, right? I mean, you haven't been in that one for quite a while, so there you go. So first flight tomorrow, first flight Thursday is the 737-800 Boeing Field to San Francisco. We'll also do another flight after that probably, and then something out of Dayton. Low vis felt like you were standing still. The winds are getting worse. Ben Flies says the winds are getting worse. Wolfie took off. It was a 33 knot headwind. And here comes JSG Droid in the big 777. Glad you didn't have a CTD. Almost feels like it's standing still as you look at that. Oh, look at that. You see landing gear on it and everything. Ooh, almost on the spot. A very nice landing. Speed brakes are out.
Halifax ground, Air Canada 603, microphone check, please.
Well, we made it. Everybody else made it. I didn't. Yeah, very nice touchdown. Very nice touchdown. Well, can't wait to see you on Thursday. We should have a really nice PMDG 737 that we've been waiting a long time for, and definitely excited to go and hop in that particular airplane and see what they've gone and done. I think that one of the things that they were talking about is they said that they had really done a good job on, big job on updating the airplane for Flight Sim 2024. So for Thursday at 1800 Zulu, I will meet you at Boeing Field in our brand new 737s. We'll fly it down to San Francisco and give it a check out and see how that's going to work. Time for me to say thank you for the secret agents, special agents, and double O's that have been supporting me over on Patreon. We're going to migrate that list over to the new YouTube, and we'll get that going. In fact, it's already there if you want to see what's going on. Love is, thank you. I will be looking forward to checking in with you. I'll be over on Discord as well. So can't wait to see you over on Discord. But in the meantime, this is time for me to say thank you for being here. Thanks for flying along with me. I hope you're doing good. Minus 300, but you know what? Well, it was a shorter runway, JSG Droid, so not the runway to go hunting for butter. It was the kind of runway to go and put the airplane down and get stopped, right? So thank you for being here. I wasn't controlling. We were just sitting there watching and observing. Stu is doing Indianapolis Center. Slant Alpha Adventures is doing ABC at Frederick, Maryland Tower. What else do I see? New York Center is up. Jersey Aviator is doing New York Center. There's a lot of ATC up here today. Conti is doing the Learjet or something. So why don't we go and see? Well, let's go see Slant Alpha Adventures. Yeah, we do. There was somebody from Tower in chat earlier. So had a really nice ATC coming in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming by. I hope you're doing really good. Can't wait to see you. Our normal departure time is Thursday, and I'll see you then. In the meantime, it's time for me to cut it there and stop rambling. Have an incredibly good evening. And I hope that your home is starting to look a little bit like the holidays and starting to get a little of the spirit. And I can't wait to see you on Thursday. Have a great evening. Until then, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Good night.